Okay, there we are. Didn't wanna go live there for a second, but wouldn't be a shrimp stream if there wasn't scuff. Ah, if you hold on, I didn't have a second to adjust my mic because my cat is absolutely gonna be the death of me today. She is doing everything in her power to be a nuisance. Let's move that pop filter. So something that she likes to do now, just right off the bat complaining, something she likes to do now as of Thursday when I was working from home, she likes to try to crawl and like lay in between my mic and my pop filter. Now keep in mind that's only like 3 inches of space, and the pop filter is connected to the actual mic holder I have. I have like a basket holder, and yeah. So, she's being a nuisance, as always, but I love her. Sup, Shrimp? Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. So, Under the Mayo when? We actually are watching Under the Mayo today. That's not a joke. So, haven't quite gotten into it. Let me know if the music's too loud, by the way. Haven't quite gotten a chance to kind of like talk about the plan today, but yeah, Under the Mayo is in there. It should be the second one we watch. The main video I'm trying to focus on is David Jaffe's video on why he doesn't like Kratos' character in the new games. I just thought that'd be really interesting to like kind of hear pretty much the vindicating voice of everyone who doesn't like Kratos' character in the new games. They could not get any more ammunition than the original creator of the series agreeing with them. So I think that'd be really, really interesting to listen to. Also, hey Carlisle, how's it going? Started the stream, hit the ground running today. Didn't even take 5 seconds to say hi, hello, how are you? But yeah, so that's pretty much the plan for today. I am going to give it a little bit of time for everybody to kind of start popping in, though, before I just start the video. I'm going to try not to spend an hour talking beforehand like we did last time, but this shouldn't be, other than the Mayo video, this shouldn't be that painful, because we're watching David Jaffe's video, then Mayo's video on the DLC, and then Mayor Hairbear's video on the DLC, and I don't have any issues with Mayor Hairbear. I don't watch his stuff, like, at all, but, it's really, it's not, like, much of an issue. I've never had any major complaints about his videos. Reasons the original creator doesn't like the new Kratos. He's not writing it. I mean, probably, but still. Interesting. I like Kratos in the new God of War games. Granted, I'm not the biggest fan of the new God of Wars, but Kratos is really enjoyable in the new God of Wars. Yeah, I think he's pretty enjoyable. I understand why people don't like him, because of just like they don't like the older, calmer, less chaotic version of him. Plus, the number one argument I've heard is like, oh, well, it's not a Greek tragedy anymore. It's like, well, yeah, of course, but there are people who have valid, like, really valid reasons for not liking it, so I kind of try not to come at them directly. It's just the people who don't like it for reasons that aren't true. Like, oh, I don't like the new Kratos because the writers don't respect the old games. Okay, that's not true. Because they have shown at every single instance that they do respect the older games, especially the ending of the DLC is the biggest slap in the face to everyone making that argument, because they very clearly are saying like, hey, Kratos has always been a deep character. Eric Williams, you know, the game director of Ragnarok, has said in interviews like Kratos has always been a deep character. He's always had these deeper qualities. So to say that the writers don't respect the older games is just not true. And that's an invalid reason to dislike the new character, because it's based on a lie. You can think that if you want, but it's just not true. You're basically telling the writers what their opinion is, and it's not their opinion. I would like this Kratos if it wasn't for that dang white flag. I don't think I mentioned this, but not a single white flag meme comes up in the new video. I was thinking, like, I thought about it, but I didn't get a chance to actually, use it. There's no instances of, like, someone waving, like, a flag in the game, I don't think. That would have been a good chance to slip it in. But Mayo said the DLC told him to feel bad about killing the gods. Was that his meme video or was that his, like, legit video? Because he did a bait video that you put in the server. Which wasn't as good as Patrician's Elden Ring bait video. It was just too obvious that it was bait. I think the reason why people hate Kratos in the new God of War reminds me of people who hate Old Man Dante and Virgil in DMC5, and the criticisms are usually quite bad. I don't keep up with the DMC videos or like DMC criticisms. That's the word, because I just I've never heard anyone say like, oh, I hate Old Man Dante. It's like, well, for one, he's not that old. He's probably like 40s or 50s. It's not like he's 90. And two, I mean, he does get whipped a lot in DMC5, but he's also going up against someone who is considerably tougher than he's had to fight up until that point. It's basically like Virgil, like all the angst and basically fighting spirit of Virgil in an enemy. Okay, so it was in his meme video. I'm just not gonna take that to heart then, because he was obviously baiting. Unless he legitimately thinks that the DLC is trying to make you feel bad about it, in which case he just wasn't paying attention. Because now this is something that you could easily throw in my face about The Last of Us 2, but I would disagree, because I think The Last of Us 2 is trying to invoke a specific, like, emotional response in you. But Ragnarok is 50% Helios casting judgment on Kratos' past decisions, and 50% Tyr telling him why his decisions were really a lot more complicated than he's given credit, and he made like the right choice at the right time based on what he knew. Specifically when it comes to like him selling his soul to Ares, Tyr straight up says like, dude, you made your decision based on the information you had. You had no idea what would come after. At the end, just blame all the mistakes with the game of the flag. I wish that there was like a scene in Ragnarok of someone just like waving a flag to like get your attention, so I could be like, oh, that's where the flag went, or something like that. Glad to see flags are still a part of the God of War series. But yeah, so should be interesting. Still probably gonna just shoot the shit for another... How long we've been going, I'm not keeping track. I moved my mic to like the other side of my desk just to kind of see if I like it more. So I'm having to like, it's like blocking a part of my monitor that's not normally blocked. So I'm like, what do I do? And I might actually move it back, but we're good for now. So where's the counter? 8 minutes. Okay, thank you. Jesus. Last of Us 2 is so bad they straight up shove in flashbacks of Joel so you can understand Ellie's moronic motivation. Yeah, The Last of Us 2 is very poorly hiding like the intended reaction you're supposed to get out of the scenes, whereas it's like, it would be one thing if The Last of Us 2 was only like calling Joel's questions into action without trying to get you to feel like Joel made the wrong decision. Whereas Ragnarok is calling Kratos' actions or Valhalla is calling Kratos' actions into question without saying, you need to feel this way about it. Which is why Tyr is literally playing devil's advocate for him and saying like, okay, you think you made all these terrible decisions, well, let's think about it critically and look at it from a different perspective. So I just think that a lot of the people criticizing the story just didn't pay attention to it. That's just how I feel. People think Old Man Dante is a shit Marvel movie character and he's too toned down, which I don't see the Marvel humor Dante words take shit pretty seriously at times in 5, and he's being toned down. Yeah, I feel like if you were to call any of the Dantes a Marvel movie character, it would be 3. Because DMC3 Dante was like, I did not like his character. But he's also supposed to be younger and immature, so like it fits the setting. I think DMC 1 Dante is probably the most balanced one, and DMC 5 is the closest to how he was in the first game. Even DMC 4 was a little more like they were trying to overcorrect from the second game or something. Which is weird because obviously 3 would have already done that, but keeping in the same age range as he was in the second game, it felt like an overcorrection. But the second game was just bad, so you really can't overcorrect too far from that one. The Last of Us 2 insists upon itself, yes. One thing I love about The Last of Us Part 2, or Part 1, is how morally ambiguous they portray Joel's actions. Yeah, that's the thing. I think people who, people seem to, a lot of people think that, like, Joel made the right decision in The Last of Us 1, but really, it's like, was it the right decision for him? Yes. For the rest of the world, probably not, but that's kind of also how they portrayed it. I think the best argument you can make that Joel was right is what Joseph Anderson says in his video, which, if you haven't watched, is Uncharted and The Last of Us put together. It's a pretty good video. And he basically says, like, Joel made the right decision because the Fireflies are just all incompetent idiots who just deserve to die. Which that's like reducing a lot of, like, a large portion of his arguments down to one thing, but that's pretty much what I took away from it, is he's like, yeah, they were all idiots, and they brought it on themselves the second they tried to, push Joel out at gunpoint. But even he acknowledges that, like, what Joel did was a pretty bad thing, and him lying to Ellie about it was gonna have some consequences in the next game. And the fact that Jerry was such a major part of The Last of Us 2 and Abby's motivations, and the fact that Joseph Anderson said the average IQ of the world goes up with this character's death whenever you kill Jerry before he's Jerry, just makes me think that Naughty Dog absolutely watched his video and they just wanted to like respond to it with the next game. That's probably not true, but that's how it feels. I have no idea how The Last of Us 2 won Game of the Year when it got so much hate. Animal Crossing deserved the win. Wow, that's a take I've never heard before. Animal Crossing deserved Game of the Year. Yeah, I think Doom Eternal was 2020, right? Yeah, Doom Eternal was my Game of the Year. Actually, I think Hades was also 2020. No, Hades was 2018. Jesus Christ. No, it was 2020. That's what I thought. I was like, there's no way in hell that Hades is 2018. Google's just wrong. Yeah, I thought Hades was the one game that actually, like, deserved Game of the Year, just because it came from an indie studio, and it was so impressive to everyone who played it. Now, I didn't play it, so this is all secondhand opinion, but it was just apparently, like, extremely impressive to everyone who played it, and so I think that the level of quality they got with that game from such a small studio really should have meant something. But Game of the Year also doesn't care about what game was actually good, it just cares about what game made the critics feel something in their miserable lives. It's probably a little harsh, but it's true. Ghost of Tsushima should have been Game of the Year. My only exposure to Ghost of Tsushima is a video I watched from an up-and-coming game critic on YouTube, where he was criticizing the enemies, their AI and their, like, alert status. I can't think of the words, where basically they, like, stop pursuing you if you just cross over certain areas. And he was like, it's like they're blind. And I left a comment saying, like, well, yeah, the story's about you being the first shinobi. You literally invented stealth. They don't know what you're supposed to do. And he thought I was being serious, and he went on this whole tangent about how, like, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. And I was like, yeah, it was a joke, dude. That's why. And then he took like 12 hours to respond, and he just said, my bad. Haven't watched his videos since. Don't remember his name either. I try really hard not to come off as an asshole in my comments, but here lately I've been not caring as much and been a little bit more risky with my responses. Okay, what else did I miss? The game that was the most robbed to me was Horizon Zero Dawn. Breath of the Wild just didn't feel... Oh, man, I cannot read today. I gotta increase the size of this text. I'm so blind. Breath of the Wild just didn't feel that great, as it had many, many flaws. I could talk to 1 to 2 hours about its flaws. Yeah, I've seen Joseph Anderson's video. I'm pretty much an expert. Actually, jokes aside, his video is why I'm never gonna play Breath of the Wild, because the durability system just seems awful in that game, and it would absolutely ruin the experience for me. Which is actually why I was even willing to give Genshin a chance, surprisingly, even back then, before Gwen got me into it, which I haven't played it in forever at this point. Because I think Genshin would be a really fun video series to do. Just because it's a genuinely, like, fun game to play. So taking it from, like, a non-weeb perspective would be interesting, in my opinion. Horizon is very safe to the point that it's boring. That's what I've heard about it, but I haven't actually played it. I was actually, speaking of games along those lines, so I was watching... I had nothing to watch last night, so I decided to watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3, right? It was okay, in case you're wondering. I did not love it. I think a lot... It had its moments, but a lot of, like, the just diehard praise it got... Yeah, I didn't feel for it. You can definitely see the visual effects artists were starting to really struggle at that point, because some of the scenes in that movie just looked very rough. I'm not going to say they looked bad, but they looked rough. Anyways, but the Guardians of the Galaxy game, I remember being, like, extremely, extremely popular when it first released. Everyone loved it. I have never heard anyone talk about that game since. It is, like, it's basically fallen off the face of the earth. Like, no one talks about that game. So naturally, I'd like to do a late to the party. I should patent my, not really patent, but make my video series officially called, like, Late to the Party. Like a late to the party analysis of literally any game I cover. Because I cover them like minimum a year after release at this point. You'd say DMC4 Dante is the most like the Marvel movie character. Yeah, I agree with that. He's, well, he has his moments, but all of DMC4 is a game that I'm not really itching to play again. And even then, he still treats some moments seriously, like giving Nero Yamato, I can never pronounce that correctly, or fulfilling Credo's dying wish. What was Credo's dying wish? I don't even remember at this point, it's been so long. Last of Us 2 won Game of the Year because journalists like playing cinematic slips, because they finish on easy in 6 hours. Oh, you meant slops. That's what I thought you meant when I read that. Yeah, honestly, that's true. I haven't watched the Game Awards in years, because every time I watch it, it's like... It just feels like you're watching, like, a corporate circle jerk, honestly. I think there's some other Game Awards that are apparently pretty good, but it's just I don't have the time to be tuned in with, like, what a couple of people say is Game of the Year whenever I already know through playing games, like, what my Game of the Year is. I wouldn't call any Dante a Marvel movie character. Wait, didn't you just say that he was? I wouldn't call any Dante a Marvel movie character. Sure, he's very silly, but he absolutely has serious moments. Yeah, Devil May Cry's tone is very all over the place, and I think that's where a lot of that comes from. Because Dante's usually the one who's the issue, I'm gonna say. Silksong probably will win Game of the Year whenever it releases. I think it's pretty much guaranteed to win Game of the Year when it releases. If women get you to play Genshin Impact, they'll pick you next. Well, so it's funny. The reason that it wasn't like she wanted me to play Genshin, and I was like, oh yeah, hell yeah. So what happened was I was having an excruciatingly slow day at work and was bored out of my mind, and there was no one to talk to. And she basically, like, I'm gonna say she basically like held my hand for like 3 hours to get me through the rest of the shift. We were there's an app on iOS or on Apple called Game Pigeon, where you can basically like, it's basically like games like chess, pool, stuff like that, and you do your turn, and then it like sends a message to them, and they do their turn. She basically did that with me for like 3 hours to get me through the rest of the day. So I was like, okay, shit, well, I owe you, because I wasted literally like all that time. And she said, okay, I want you to play Genshin. I was like, shit, okay, I guess. So that's how that started. And the funny thing is, I don't even like Genshin multiplayer, because you can't, there's so much stuff you just cannot do in multiplayer. You can't activate, you can't activate certain like lore markers that act as fast travel. You can't do any story content. There's just a lot of stuff, like a lot of content you're gated off from. So it's like the only thing you can do is like explore and do bosses. And I'm like, okay, well, she's already done literally everything on the game because she's a Genshin whale. And so I'm like, okay, well, she's basically like, yeah, fast travel here and we'll go do this boss. And that's just not fun to me. And I've told her that. I'm like, I really just don't enjoy the multiplayer, because it just takes a lot of like it takes a lot of the enjoyment out of the experience when I feel like I'm just grinding, and that's the only thing I'm doing. At least when I'm playing single player, I can just kind of go off and do my own thing, and go find chests, and then go find bosses on my own. It's just more enjoyable. Also, Genshin has a banger soundtrack. You can't change my mind. I think Dragon Spine has some of my favorite tracks just of any game. Everyone complains about durability, but even if you removed it, the combat itself is just so bad and mashy. There's no thought in the combat. That's fair. I can see that. I will admit I hate durability systems in games. Give me meters and ammo any day over durability. I like durability if it's done well, like in Valheim or Fallout New Vegas. And I feel like there was durability in Metro Exodus, and I enjoyed that as well. How you had to go like clean your gun to keep it from jamming. I enjoyed that. Yeah, stamina meters that allow you to do actions is better than durability. I think it really depends on the genre, honestly. So for a like an action adventure game like Breath of the Wild, yeah, they probably should have just stuck with stamina. But for like a survival game, I think durability adds a lot. Credo's dying wish is essentially to keep Nero and Kairi, yeah, I say her name wrong because that's how it's spelled, safe, which he fulfills at the end of 4 and during 5. Okay, gotcha. No, what I mean is that I'm saying DMC4 Dante is the closest to a Morphle movie character, but he isn't. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's a big difference there. Dude, I just joined here talking about... Yes, I'm talking about Genshin. Genshin's a decent game. I mean, like, just as an action-adventure game. Don't get me wrong, like, the dialogue is cringe as hell, and I had to mute the dialogue audio for so long and just play it like a GameCube Zelda game. But, it's a decent action-adventure game. The gacha mechanics aren't as bad as a lot of people make it seem, because even without spending like a single dollar on Genshin, I was still able to get some really good characters. And I like the elemental elemental synergies, basically, where it's like reminds me a lot the first time I saw mechanics like that. So you could say that it's similar to something like Divinity Original Sin. But I first saw those types of mechanics in an RPG called Spellbreak that I never played. Not RPG, sorry. Battle Royale called Spellbreak that I have not played more than a few rounds of. I just kind of like the idea of it's like mixing and matching certain elemental attacks to maximize your damage. It's a lot of fun. Oblivion durability is ass. I've still never played Oblivion. By the way, do a late to the party Oblivion. That timing. Weapon durability in Lies of P was done in a cool way. Yeah, I still haven't played Lies of P. I don't know when I'm going to get a chance to. I wish more people played Daggerfall, as it's my favorite Elder Scrolls. I agree. I think Daggerfall is my favorite too. Not favorite enough to play it more than I've played Skyrim, but I also didn't start playing it when I was 12 years old, so there's that too. Is Oblivion better than Starfield? If you ask Patrician, I think he would say yes. I just have to beat Morrowind, then beat every Elder Scrolls. Yeah, I need to beat Morrowind too. I've played more Morrowind than I have Oblivion, but I didn't get very far. It was for a Morrowind video I was gonna do before I watched Patrician's Morrowind video, and my mentality at the time was that if I was going to do a Morrowind video, it would have to match his quality or exceed it. But nowadays, I don't think that's as important as I did back then. I don't have to talk in detail about every single quest line like he did. That's just something I thought I had to do back in the day. The only games that have a durability meter that I like are Bloodborne and Minecraft, but I will always advocate for meters and ammo hell, even yeah, sorry if my reading is choppy. I'm struggling today. Even stamina cooldowns are better than durability. I think Bloodborne's durability system is kind of pointless because I've never had a weapon reach 0 durability, and I don't know what happens if you do. It's just kind of like a routine, like just like top off your weapons. It really doesn't add much. Everything is better than Starfield. I don't know about everything. Greedfall is by no means better than Starfield. Actually, no, that's a lie, because Greedfall's companions are way better than Starfield companions, and I was thinking that when I was watching Patrician's Starfield video, whenever he was talking about the companions and talk about how they don't add to conversations, and I was like, did Greedfall actually manage to be better than Starfield, in a way? Because Greedfall is also boring and has a ton of recycled combat, but the companions, at least, the way that there are entire conversations that play out differently depending on which companion you have is really impressive. And Starfield doesn't do anything like that. I even beat Arena and it was so bad and good. I just walk around a corner, a Wraith would shoot 5 fireball spells at me and kill me instantly. Yeah, that just sounds like Master Vampires in Daggerfall. Okay, but does that mean that you disagree with Patrician? I mean, I don't agree with everything he said in the video. I think I'd have to replay it. Now, since he's pointed out all the parts of Starfield I didn't play and how bad they are, I could only really have an opinion about the parts I did play, in which case I think that I enjoyed the Vanguard questline a lot more than he did, but he also noticed a lot of little details that I just didn't pay attention to. And I would agree that the reveal for like the Terramorph questline is stupid, but I don't think that everything about that questline was terribly done. But at this point, I'd have to replay it because it's been so long. I mean, it's only been a few months, but it's like, you know, he asked, and he had a line in that video where he's like, do the people who play this game know where the brain's off switch is? And I thought about it, and I was like, I really did play the game with my brain turned off. Like, I do know where the brain's off switch is. I do know how to just, like, turn on a game and just shut off my brain and go shoot stuff. So, that's probably also, like, how I was able to enjoy it more than him, because I do know how to play games like that. Who cares about video quality anyways? Yeah, video quality is only important if the video exists, right? There's no point in having a quality video that never gets uploaded, which is why I'm not doing that 5th playthrough of God of War Ragnarok. I've been going back and forth about it for the last few days, but I'm kind of at a point where it's like, this is a project that I want to be perfect, and I'm going to let my perfectionism keep me, like, to continuously work on it, and it'll never be done. And that's an issue that musicians have when it comes to, like, writing songs, I've heard, is a lot of famous musicians are like, a good song is never done, you just decide to stop working on it. And that's kind of how I am with this project. It's like, it's never going to be finished. I'm just going to work on it forever and it'll never release. So, would it be cool to do a 5th playthrough with only the Blade of Olympus and like a rage build that tries to get as much rage as quickly as possible to make it my primary weapon? Yeah, that actually sounds like a lot of fun. Like, I would legitimately enjoy to go do that. But I don't think it would add a lot to the video. Other than saying, like, oh, this boss fight is really fun to do with the Blade of Olympus. That's basically the only thing it would add. And then I would show some, like, a little bit of gameplay that doesn't even capture, like, the enjoyment I got in the moment. But that's not something I think the video needs to have. So I'm kind of just calling it there. One game that's going to be compared to Greedfall is Skull and Bones. One game that's going to be compared to Greedfall is Greedfall 2, which, unironically, I really want to play. because I have to know if they can successfully expand the world building and make the factions make more sense. It will retroactively make Greedfall 1 more enjoyable. But in a vacuum, Greedfall 1 is still not very good. It's weird. It's like it's always the games I hate the most that I like hold in the highest regard when I think back on them, because Greedfall is a game I never want to play again, but I still look back on it like positively. Like I'm still really impressed with a lot of the stuff it did. Okay. Starfield is so bad Bethesda won't show any show the cover of the game in the next TES 6 making of doc. Is that like a reference to how they cut off halfway through Fallout 76? Oh, he says he means it, but there's a chat in between, so we gotta hold off and see what he means. Off topic, the Insomniac leak was insane. I'm interested in that X-Men game they're making. Hopefully it actually makes you feel like a mutant in a hostile world rather than being a live service looty-shooty. It's probably going to be the latter. I didn't read the Insomniac leaks. I saw that they were out. I saw they contained some personal information for like the employees, and I was like, yeah, I don't really need to read this. I can live without. I mean, Starfield does get good once you stop thinking about the story. It's any Bethesda game, honestly. But because it doesn't have a solid gameplay loop, like TES 5 or Fallout 4 had, it's just boring and not that good. Yeah, like 90% of my gameplay on Starfield was like landing on planets and looking for resources and killing stuff and doing dungeons. And then finding those occasional, like, really out there quests. Like, there's a quest where you can pick up a distress signal from some rangers, and you have to fight a bunch of spacers, and then like a UC general or major or whatever shows up to help. And the quest is basically an excuse to go do a bunch of combat, but I still enjoyed it because I found a pistol that one-shots everything in the game. So it was literally, I was basically playing like RoboCop Simulator. But no, the way he described that, there's like nothing about Starfield like complements the other stuff. It kind of does speak volumes to like what I was enjoying. I'm stuttering super bad, sorry. What I was enjoying about the game was like those combat moments in a vacuum. Not so much. I mean, I was playing the game. I enjoyed it the way I like Doom Eternal, but Doom Eternal is obviously like the combat is on. It's on another league. But yeah, I don't think it did kind of make me, and someone asked me, I don't remember who it was, like, hey, if you were to replay Starfield, would it be like a Greedfall situation where you don't like it? And I'm like, yeah, probably, but like at this time I do. And now I'm looking back at it, and I mean, I agree with everything he said about Neon. Neon is just a terrible, like, content hub. Because I showed up at Neon, like, excited to, like, take the lawman approach of, like, basically, I approached Neon the same way I approached Good Neighbor in Fallout 4, and if you've done the Vigilante quest in Good Neighbor, it's not very good. And Neon is also not very good with that. How is Skull and Bones real? I can't believe it's actually coming out and not shelved. What is Skull and Bones? Is that Ubisoft pirate game, right? Yeah. Well, Ubisoft already has a pirate game. And it's a good pirate game. I'm excited for Greedfall 2. I'm tempted to make a video on the first game leading into the sequel, hoping it's a decent jump like Elix and Elix 2 were. Those are some games that I also have to play. I feel like if I were to cover any Piranha Bytes games after the Gothic series, I would have to do Risen, because Risen is the spiritual successor to Gothic, before Mike Hoga, I think his name is, left the studio. The creator of the Gothic series basically left the studio, and I think that was around the same time that Kai Rosenkranz, the composer / developer of Gothic 1, 2, and 3, actually. That's when he also left the studio, was after Risen 1, which is a shame, because Kai Rosenkranz is a what's the word? He's a controversial figure, because he did the Jeremy Soule thing where he kickstarted an album, like a video game soundtrack album, and it never released. And then he went radio silent, and now everyone's asking if he were they scammed? And yeah, I don't know if that's ever going to come out, but I like his music, and he contributed a lot to the Gothic series. So I was really, really happy to see that the studio making the Gothic 1 remake hired him as their composer. And that's why whenever I was looking at the trailers, like there's that the Gothic remake trailer where it shows the old camp and the old mine. And the old mine is like a super just like neurotic recreation of it from the original game. Like I could look at it and I was like, I know exactly what I'm looking at. Like all the pathways are the same. So that's my most anticipated game since Ragnarok released. The Gothic remake is my most anticipated game of all time right now. I am super excited to play it and to see how it works. Because they have an extremely promising team. Their community manager is just kick ass at his job. Whenever Indigo Gaming made a tweet about the what's that company called? They're the company that was owning all those studios that laid off a bunch of people. It's like something group. I can look it up real quick. Someone's probably going to throw it in chat before I even get the tweet open. Let's see. Embracer Group. Y'all were too slow. So he made a tweet about Embracer Group basically a few months ago where he's like kind of calling into question that they owned 129 studios. And now that all the layoffs are happening, he's like, yeah, it's gotten so much worse in just 2 months. And I saw on the screenshot he did of the Wikipedia screenshot, it says THQ Nordic and Alchemia Interactive are subsidiaries of Embracer Group. So I left like an offhanded tweet. I was like, well, hopefully THQ Studios don't get affected too bad because I'm counting on the Gothic remake. And then the community manager for the Gothic remake, I didn't even at them. The community manager responded to me. He said, yeah, it won't affect Alchemia Interactive and Gothic 1 anyway. Don't worry. And then I was like, who is this guy? And I look at it. It says community manager at Alchemia Game Dev. He's working on Gothic. I'm like, this dude is kick ass. there was now it's a little thing, and I know it's literally his job to do that. But at the same time, it's like, it just had that, like, we must reassure the fans attitude. And I've also seen him, whenever they were releasing some concept arts for some of the enemies. This one guy who's also a content creator who's Gothic themed was basically going at it saying, like, being a little overly critical to the point to where he was being an asshole. And the community manager basically was like, dude, you need to cut that shit out. Like, you can give like constructive feedback, but you're being a dick, is basically what he said, without the language, because of course community manager. So the couple times I've seen this dude on Twitter, he's been like really, really good at his job, especially with handling criticism in the way of, it's like, you can say what you want, but don't be rude about it, as opposed to like arguing with the guy. I'm also in their Discord server, but I'm not active in there much. Okay, anyways, what I miss? You hate leaks that leak personal information, like leaks that only hurt the corpos are alright, or spoilers in 2 months, but before release are good, Naughty Dog flashbacks. But yeah, I hate this one. Yeah, I just didn't read it. Because I feel like if I don't agree with the fact that, like, oh crap, the music stopped. If I don't agree with the fact that the leaks include personal information, the way that I contribute is by not reading it. Yeah, they removed the Fallout 76 picture in the making of. Yeah, I saw that, where it cuts off like halfway. It's like, look at all these games we made, but not this one. You only heard about the Marvel game info in all seriousness. I don't condone the Insomniac leak or the leaking of game dev info. And Sony really needs to tighten up their cybersecurity. Insomniac is owned by Sony, aren't they? It's crazy how ID just didn't make anything since Youngblood and... Oh, id. Didn't make anything since Youngblood, and like there's no Doom or Wolfenstein to fill the murdering hole. Well, they did make the Quake 2 remake, I think. So it's not like they haven't worked on anything. One of the I'm not going to use their name because I'm using like the project they worked on, but one of my mutual friends through Gwen actually worked. He was working on the Quake 2 remake. So whenever she's like, yeah, he's working on this project, I just can't tell you what it is until after it came out. She's like, yeah, it was this one. But honestly, the whole description of that company that laid off a bunch of people this year could honestly be said about almost any big gaming company. Yeah, man, record revenue, record layoffs. Keep that same energy, exactly. I've been at the corporate Christmas party where our boss, a game making company of 120 people, said some shit like, "Lo, yeah, it's been a really bad year, but don't worry, it's okay, nobody's fired." And I just decided to look at the jobs that are available to me again, because he definitely means he's going to cut all of us off in half. Oof. He should have said nobody's fired yet then. The studio I work at said the same thing, hoping I can believe it. Yeah, I think it's a really bad time to be in the gaming industry. That's why I'm not. My full-time job is so far, it is a completely different industry, completely different field. I'm in the financial district, I think it's called, sort of. Grab myself a tub of salted caramel ice cream. Also, I stand behind the take that Mio's an asshole. We haven't even gotten to that take yet. You're early. Yeah, you mentioned the Elden Ring stream last time. Now, in fairness, I mean, I got really mad at Ragnarok on my last stream, but I also didn't lash out at anyone who was watching. So that's kind of the difference. Ragnarok like pissed me off on the last stream during that last run, because I was just like, okay, it's time for me to like take a break, but I didn't get a break. Financial, huh? You're a big guy? I work for a lot of big guys. Big guys are on the second floor across the hall, or across the different building, I guess, so it's not really a hall. I almost accidentally when I was in training, I apparently almost accidentally stumbled into our CEO's office looking for the break room so I could make a coffee because I was passing out. And I went like the completely wrong direction, and my trainer was like, yeah, man, if you would have gone that way, you would have ended up in so-and-so's office. I was like, yeah, I don't think he would have appreciated me just popping in, being like, hey, man, y'all got coffee in here? Got to push them out of the way. Man, I can't do their job. I can barely do my job. And speaking of jobs, since it came up, so some of you, probably not all of you, some of you may have seen I put up a lengthy community post, like right before stream. So I put that up now as opposed to later, because I wanted to kind of talk about it on stream, and I figured it would give you guys like 20 minutes to read over it, and then we could talk about it. Basically, I was already thinking, as of the last few days, that I should take the channel more seriously, treat it more like a second job, even if it's only a part-time second job, as opposed to just a hobby that I work on whenever. And I was already thinking, you know, I was monetizing my previous videos like very lightly. I would only put like pre-roll, post-roll, and then at most like 3 ad breaks. So I mean, in my longer like 3-hour videos, I really wasn't and I wasn't doing I didn't have all the ads enabled. I had like non-skippable and overlay ads, I think. Well, as of November 23rd, so literally exactly a month ago today, or at least I think it was November 23rd, YouTube decided to change their policy where I no longer have that level of control over my ads. So the way it works is I can turn monetization on, or I can turn it off. If it's on, I can decide where my mid-roll ads are at. That's it. I cannot turn off non-skippable ads. I cannot turn off even skippable ads. I can't do that anymore. So I'm basically going to have to monetize the videos more heavily, whether I like it or not. So it just so happens to line up with the fact that I was already thinking about getting like a more consistent upload schedule. Preferably, I would do quarterly videos. Gives me plenty of time to keep things as in-depth as I like to, as opposed to I could not do monthly uploads. That's impossible. But it also happens that every quarter, since my job is financial related, every quarter is our busy season. So the end of a quarter and the start of a quarter is like really, really busy, and there's a lot of mandatory overtime at those times. So no guarantees I will hit those deadlines, but I'm at least going to try. And if I can prove to myself that I can keep a consistent upload schedule, even if it goes late, if, you know, shit's going to happen. So even if it goes late, as long as I can maintain it and like consistently get those videos out, then I'll look into like opening a Patreon and stuff like that, because I'm just going to come out and say it. I took a $5 an hour pay cut when I took this job, and my department does not like to give raises, like, at all. They are extremely stingy about it. So I'm not going to get that money back anytime soon. Which is kind of what I expected, because I was under the impression that the company I work for does give raises to a lot of their employees. Well, it turns out that's true, just not my department. My department leadership doesn't really care. So I kind of just need that extra source of income that the channel can provide, that I've been not really needing to rely on. But that doesn't mean, I mean, my attitude towards the content isn't changing. It's only my attitude towards like my attitude towards the what do you call it, the uploads, and how much time I'm gonna invest in it. You get paid overtime? I do get paid overtime. Right now we're really slow. Even though we're going into quarter one, we're really slow, so overtime is not allowed. There are times where overtime is expected. So basically, I'm not in any financial trouble, but at the same time, it's like I have some opportunities that I haven't really been looking at because I didn't want to turn this into a job. But let's just see where it goes. New year, new me, as they say. Where did I leave off? Y'all just scared Mayo as a Chad. I mean, depends on your definition of a Chad. The game industry is the most stressful one I've worked in, but it also has to be the best. Yeah, I think any industry is going to have its own level of stress. And I know that you previously were working in like the financial district. So I know that's also a big change for you. I don't want to say exactly what you were doing because I don't want to accidentally dox you, but I know you've told me. They can barely do their jobs too. No, I think ours are our leadership's pretty good at getting their stuff done. Not so much some of my coworkers, but there's being upset and pissed off and lashing out at people helping you, hence why I call Mayo an asshole. Yeah, and exactly. Like, I was just frustrated with the game, but I wasn't frustrated like with. It's like, it's easy when you're angry for other people to make you more angry, but I also knew that's kind of why I just like went quiet, because it's like, I'm not gonna like be a dick because I'm getting mad at the first person who's talking to me while I'm angry. Self-psyops again, not the Joseph Anderson self-psyop. I'm not gonna delete my channel if I can't get stuff done. But I do want to, now that I live by myself and I can make my own schedule at home, not so much at work, but I can pretty much make my own healthy habits and stuff like that, I'm wanting to put a little more time into it. Speaking of raises, that same boss told us that despite the inflation, they won't give us a raise, and if we want more money, which is like enough money to pay rent, we need to get a middle position. But our department doesn't have any middle positions, only regular positions. Yeah, corporations suck. Working for corporations suck. Even one like mine that has a lot of benefits and does a lot of stuff for us, they still kind of. Sometimes something me and my coworkers talk about sometimes is we would rather trade a lot of the neat stuff they do for us for more money. Because it's like, okay, I don't want you to give me a t-shirt every 2 weeks that I'm not going to wear, which ironic, I'm wearing mine right now. But not the point. It's like I would rather you not give me a t-shirt like every so often and just pay me an extra $1 an hour. And I know it's like they have different budgets for different things, but still. And Jesus, it is like really warm in my room. Let me turn on this fan 1 second. Okay. Hey, what do you think about the Omni-Man? The Omni-Man is very, very cool. Very nice. I don't have any especially strong opinions about Omni-Man. It was cool to see him in MK1. I did watch videos of like all his like fatalities and his pre-match dialogue and stuff like that. So that was cool. All right, so that's something you guys can expect in the following year is more ads out of my control. But in fairness, they were gonna be there anyways. I was just gonna leave non-skippable ads off. Everything else was gonna be on. I don't have a choice anymore, so non-skippable ads. It kind of sucks that the people who don't use ad blocker have to be punished because of the people who do. I think that's actually what this is about, is the ad blocker situation. But it sucks, but I don't want to do channel memberships yet. I don't want to do a Patreon yet. I am gonna start small, and then if I can get in a rhythm for a good year of like, okay, these uploads, they're getting out, I'm getting more videos, then I'll look into those other options. Until I eventually make enough money to start my own coffee line, then I just sell everyone coffee. That also means that I wouldn't have to, like, buy coffee anymore, because I just have my own. Some part of me wants to see Hugo Martin's reaction to Mayo's Elden Ring stream. Did Hugo Martin do a reaction to his Doom Eternal videos? It's so funny how YouTube doesn't have ads where I live. That's because you guys don't have any money. What are they going to sell you? Water? That was very rude. I'm sorry. All right, and on that note, okay, so Hugo Martin, Purdy. So Hugo Martin is the, I think he's the current game director of Doom Eternal. He may just be the community manager. Let me find his, stop slipping, Mike. My mic has been slipping lately. Stupid cat's freaking stripping it. So yeah, he's the game director at id Software, and he was behind Doom Eternal. I don't know if he's still there. You'd rather see Spawn in MK1 and Peacemaker in MK11 because I want to see the pre-fight dialogue between Spawn and Omni-Man as well as the Spawn and Homelander. Yeah, I don't, I actually, funny, a certain someone who's in this chat has been, like, nagging me to watch The Boys, and I just keep saying no. What up, Shrimp Tuber? What up, Azaz? And yes, everyone likes water. You don't like water now? I have a water bottle on my desk, so I do like water. Gosh, if you guys hear me, like, adjusting my mic, I'm sorry. It's, like, slipping. And I blame my cat, 'cause she keeps trying to sleep on the pop filter. Speaking of, where is she? You know what? I'm not complaining. She's quiet. That's where she is. All right, let's switch this scene over. Now, I know the stream says note-taking, but I'm not really going to take any notes. Just because. I'm also going to turn the audio down at first, and we can turn it back up if we have to. You love that id Software died after Microsoft acquired it. Yeah, I don't know if those are related, though. Wonder who that guy nagging you about watching The Boys is. Yeah, I wonder. Who could that be? Okay, let me pop out. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Let me pop out the chat so I can, like, throw it over OBS. so that I can watch like my audio levels and stuff like that. How can you not like water? It's literally 50% of your body. I think it's more than that. But hey, there's some people who they're like, I don't like the taste of water. It's like, you've just never been thirsty enough then. Like when you're dehydrated, water is the best tasting thing you've ever had in your life. Okay, let's see how loud this is.
Here's what the God of War guy.
That is quiet.
As we're saying, they were interviewed by IGN about this. This is the problem, by the way.
Okay, I think that's probably good enough. It barely turns up for me, but I'm watching it. Turn it down a little bit. Probably good. Okay, so we're gonna start over, and I'm not gonna speed it up because it's only 7 minutes. I might speed up Mayo's video so we can get through it faster. But I'd like to not do this for like 8 hours today. Also, off topic, there may or may not be a New Year's stream next week. I don't know yet. It would probably be a Q&A stream, but we just had a Q&A like last month or something like that. So I don't know if anyone has any questions they haven't asked on the last few streams. Also, on the topic of monetization, this stream will not be monetized because we're watching other people's stuff. Doesn't feel right to me. Future streams probably will be. I usually leave monetization off, but I think going forward I'm going to start turning it on. I just don't like having to contend with the mid-rolls on the streams, because it's like finding a good spot to mid-roll is a pain. Anyways, I will take notes of like what time we start the videos though. So we're starting David Jaffe. It is David, right? It's David now. At 56, say 57 minutes. Cool. Let's go.
Here's what the God of War guys were saying. They were interviewed by IGN about this. This is the problem, by the way, that I have with Indiana Jones after Last Crusade. That here's what they said. They were talking to one of the directors, Bruno Velasquez. I can't say it. God damn it, Bruno, you son of a bitch. That's why we don't talk about him. Remember Encanto? Anyway, here's what Bruno says. He says, you could say that a lot of our projects and our games and the way we approach them kind of reflects a little bit about the studio's personalities and personal experiences. The previous games in the Greek era, perhaps that was our college years, and now we have all grown up and have families of our own. We try to reflect those personal experiences also through Kratos and through some of the other characters he interacts with. Now, I want to tell you something about this shit. I liked very much. I thought 2018 was great. Ragnarok, not my cup of tea. But this is the problem with Indiana Jones. I don't want these characters to grow. I don't give a fuck what you're going through at the studio. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. If you're going to build a brand new IP, or you're going to build a character into the God of War lore, and that character is struggling or dealing with your problems that a lot of you guys that have gotten older and girls at the studio have dealt with, that's wonderful. Do that shit all day long. But don't take the character Kratos or Indiana Jones and go, you know what? I'm Steven Spielberg. I'm older now, and I'm really into family, and I want to tell stories about fathers and sons and God. No, fuck you. That is not what this character is, whether it's Indy or whether it's the goddamn Kratos, okay? I just stop. You know, I get it. You know, I don't know. It's just like someone needs to be able to tell these people no sometimes and say, look, we love that you're arty-farty. We love that you're taking shit from your personal life. We love that you're treating the medium, and Sony always has, as an art form as well as a business. You know, we get it. We love it. We support it. But somebody still needs to step up there and go, you need to do all that within the pen that we've put up a fence for you, and if you step outside, the electric shock collar is going to get you.
I'm processing what I just heard because I could not disagree with it more if I wanted to. I think being able to take real life experiences and put them into your characters makes them feel more human and more real. Let's hear a little bit more. I'm probably gonna let the video just play out before I comment on it, but hard disagree. Two different things though. Kratos is not half in the grave. Besides, didn't Kratos grow as a person in the original trilogy? He didn't necessarily grow as a person. He had a slow descent into chaos, basically. His life just slowly fell apart between the events of pretty much all of it, starting from Ascension and then Chains of Olympus 1, Ghost of Sparta 2 and 3. It's a pretty steady decline in like his will to live, his sanity. So it's growth in the sense that it's progression, but it's not growth in the sense that he's growing as a person. What's wrong exactly with taking iconic characters like Dante, Kratos, Indiana Jones and making them slightly more grounded? That's kind of my attitude too. It's like, it just kind of comes off as like, I don't like it, you shouldn't have done it. And that's an opinion. I'm waiting for the moment where, yeah, I also already hate it. I'm waiting for the moment where he brings some insight behind the inception of this character and what this character means to him and why he thinks that this doesn't fit that image. And why he thinks that it doesn't fit the, I'm going to turn my mic down a little because it's speaking a lot. Why he thinks that it doesn't fit the foundation of what he created. His point is that these characters shouldn't be realistic or whatever. It's the whole stuck in 2000s thing again. Well, let's hear him out. He might have something insightful to say.
You need to do all that within the pin that says this is what God of War is. This is what Indiana Jones is. And if you want to make something that's not that, that's cool. But don't fucking call it God of War and don't fucking call it Indiana Jones. That's all I would say. Eddie T says Kratos is in the new game stressing over his 401k. That's right. Ravno says, I thought you liked Kratos except for the beard. I do like the first one that Corey did. But that was because it was so meta and so interesting and genuinely just so good that I was cool with it. But no, I don't like the direction that God of War is going in at all now. After seeing this particular Ragnarok, I'll play Valhalla. Maybe that'll turn me around. Ragnarok was a great... I've said.
Oh, this is before Valhalla. Okay. Interesting. Well, now I need to know what his opinion on it is, because if this is... Okay, so... kind of set the scope on the context of Kratos in Ragnarok, and I can almost agree with him. Like I said at the Discord, I respect David as a creator. That's how people start evolving, learning, and growing perfectly with age. That's how character development works. Yeah, and it sounds to me like he didn't hate Kratos in God of War 2018. He didn't like the direction, but he liked the character. But Kratos in Ragnarok and Valhalla is really what made me realize this. Kratos in Ragnarok is kind of boring. I may have to redraft some parts of the script to kind of talk about it. He's got a good start at the start of the game when you see how his character has changed, but he doesn't do a lot himself in the story. Not the way that he does in Valhalla, not the way that it really focuses on him. Ragnarok really is more Atreus' story than it is Kratos, and I still like Ragnarok. It hasn't changed my opinion that much, but seeing such a laser focus on Kratos in the DLC makes you kind of realize like that right there is what we're missing in the base game. So, I disagree that he shouldn't have grown, which is actually his point. But if he were to come out and say like, yeah, Kratos in Ragnarok is just, he's not doing anything. He's boring. He doesn't, dare I quote that freaking video we watched last year where he's like, he's got no agency. There's no agency in this game. But it's like he's kind of just being dragged around by Atreus until Atreus runs off, and then he is back. To be fair, he does kill a lot of stuff. He's gonna do that anyways. The problem with Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny was that he wasn't even like Indiana Jones. He had none of Indy's characteristics, whereas Kratos in God of War 4 Valhalla is still Kratos. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I do wonder. I do wonder if he came around after playing Valhalla and seeing kind of the love letter to his original work, which is it's not just his. People on the Ragnarok team today were around since the original God of War games. He had a little bit of Indian Crystal Skull, but it's all gone in Dial of Destiny. I've never been real big into Indiana Jones, so I couldn't really comment on that. If you want me to refer you to someone who can have an opinion, I think I finished a video game has a very, very good Indiana Jones video where he goes through all the Indiana Jones games, the history, the development, a lot of the corporate side, the decision making. It's an exceptionally well done video. Go ask him. Because I don't know.
This many times. Ragnarok was a great game, wonderfully made, wonderfully produced, up and down all goddamn day. But it's not God of War. It's not, it's not for me. Let's put it that way. But if you dig it, you dig it. Good for you. Kratos would get boring, says Everett. Well, here's the thing about that. That's like saying James Bond will get boring or Spider-Man will get boring. Yes, I won't belabor the point, but I will tell you something. There was a time in my life in my 20s where I was seriously trying to figure out how to write comic books. And I went to the San Diego Comic-Con and I went to a panel with one of the best comic writers of the last 50 years, Mark Waid, who's done, Kingdom Come, and he's just a great superhero writer. And in the Q&A, I asked him, I said, I don't understand this, though. All these writers say that your characters should arc and there should be change and all this shit. I said, but how do you do that with a franchise character? If Spider-Man at the end of your 24 pages goes from being, oh my God, I can't get my shit together in my personal life and my professional life as Spider-Man are always creating this conflict, which the reader loves, are you going to say at the end of 24 pages he's healed? And that's the thing. I could never figure it out, but some writers know how to do it where it can still be the character, but there's a little bit added every iteration that there's a growth, but it's very slow.
Yes. That is word for word how Kratos' development has been. I mean, you gotta look at it in context. I mean, Kratos' like development towards who he was in God of War 3 happened over the course of 3 games and 2 spin-offs, and then we got one prequel that shed some more light on it. Which, for the record, even Ascension gets its own little footnote in Valhalla. Like, no game is treated as unimportant, and there. So God of War 1. Chains of Olympus, and 3 get the most dialogue recognition because God of War 1 and 3 have entire sequences about it. Chains of Olympus acknowledges Calliope and the entire scene in Elysium. Ghost of Sparta was acknowledged in the base game, so they didn't do a lot with Ghost of Sparta. Deimos is name dropped several times in the base game. And Ascension even gets its own little like memory artifact that Helios comments on, that if you read the description talks about it doesn't name drop Orcos by name, which I think was a missed opportunity, because absolutely Kratos killing one of the only people he did not want to kill should have been a part of it. And that's how Orcos was. He did not want to kill him at the end of Ascension. I think I'm saying the name right. And I'm pulling it from memory. Yeah, Orcos. I'm right. Kratos did not want to kill him. That's like one of the few people he didn't want to kill. So, it still gets its own little footnote. It's still like a callback to one of the least popular God of War games out there. So so it's like, yeah, so Kratos' development in the original series happened over the course of 5 games, right? Okay. Well, those 5 games, so we got God of War 1, 2005. God of War 3, Let's see. God of War. So we went from 2005 to 2010. And in those 5 years, we got 5 games, 5 short games, short compared to the new ones, that touch on Kratos' development. Well, you could make the argument like, well, Kratos only developed this much in 2 games in the new series, but that's looking at it from a numerical concept or context instead of like a time lapse context, because God of War 2018 I think started pre-production. It would have been 2013, because I think it said it took them 4 or 5 years to make that game. So 2014, 2013 is whenever it starts production. It releases in 2018. So that's whenever Kratos' new character arc begins in 2018. And then in the same time frame that they got 5 games out before, 5, 8 to 10, 12-hour games, we got one more 40-hour game. So maybe I'm doing mental gymnastics here, but I'm looking at it as it's like the progression of Kratos' character has had the same like time lapse, the same time frame as the previous games. We just got like 4 less short installments. So it is, I'm 100% willing to like acknowledge that I'm probably stupid for looking at it this way, because I do overcomplicate stuff in life. But it's like we didn't get it's like, oh well, I'm saying that because it seems like he's coming off as like, well, the development happened too fast. But it's like God of War 2018 is the same runtime of like 3 God of War games. And God of War Ragnarok is also the runtime of 3 or 4 God of War games. So you can't squeeze as much development into an 8 or 10 hour game as you can a 40 or 50 hour game. And even though the main story in 2018 in Ragnarok is probably like 20, 25 hours long, I think that's about how long. It's like you also have all the side content, and the side content has additional growth for the characters. Even though 2018 side content is really not that good. I love Ragnarok's side content so much more. But I mean, you guys tell me if I'm looking at that a stupid way, because it's very possible. That's just kind of how I look at it. It's like I waited just as long to get God of War Ragnarok from the time God of War 2018 released, which I did play at launch. I waited just as long as people got the entire like pentology of God of War with the original series before Ascension came and made it 6 games. Oh, we're getting an Amber Alert. Well, I'm in my house. I'm not going to find him. What'd I miss? I don't think Jaffe, of all people, would see Valhalla as a love letter. I think he'll see it as shitting over his original vision. I don't know. It's so hard. People would do it, but it's so hard to take that last conversation in the DLC out of context when it's so obviously the writers straight up saying word for word, like Kratos has always been a deep character. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of the God of War series, especially the new ones, but 2018 Valhalla respect Kratos heavily. I agree with that. Hey, he's a comic book lover like me. Yeah, I'm not, though. What do you want, Cat? Why are you staring at me? Do you have food in your bowl? We'll find out. But like an entire game is like an entire comic run, not a single comic. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're talking about, he said 24 pages of a comic as opposed to 40 or 50 hours of a game. Like, that's a really good point. You can squeeze so much more development. Because, like, you can consider, like, a 40 or 50 hour game the equivalent of an entire, like, line of comics where there can be that significant development. I don't know. It seems like a false equivalency to me. We're talking, because comics and games are 2 completely different things. And I know writing is writing, quote unquote, but it's like, you're not going to write a comic the same way you write a film, and you're not going to write a film the same way you write a game. They all have different, hi Sushi. They all have different, don't stop chewing my headphones. Stop it. They have different, like, needs, pretty much. My cat jumped on my lap, and now she's trying to chew on my headphones. Hey, I wipe this stuff with stuff that tastes disgusting, just so you wouldn't chew on it. You know what? Actually, that's what it's here for. Go ahead, chew on it. Do it. Live your best life. My problem with the new God of War is she's pulling on my headphones. The problem with the new God of War is I hate how they've handled the spectacle. It's more 90% grounded dialogue, 10% spectacle, with something like DMC5 being a 50-50 game with its moments. Yeah, spectacle was never something that thanks for knocking over my water bottle, cat. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. I never really cared too much about the lack of spectacle because I think Ragnarok has a good amount of spectacle because there's so many visual effects that I can't ever see the combat. Stop. What? Why are you doing this to me? What is your problem? What is your problem, cat? You know you have like 5 or 6 toys plus a sock that you dug out of my laundry hamper in the floor. And you're attacking my water bottle. Anyways, I got distracted. DMC5 is nowhere near as grounded as God of War. True. Let me rephrase that. The statement, it has serious moments that reassess past actions similar to what God of War 2018 and Valhalla did. Gotcha. I'm more of a macho man than Kratos. I'm boiling alive lobsters right now. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. Hey man, boiling alive lobsters is hard shit. I know you can't kill them before you cook them because it makes the meat go bad, but still. Anyways, if you hear background noises, that's my cat, and she's currently interested in David Jaffe's face. Which, fair enough. Stop! Why are you doing this? You know what? Here. There, the bottle's empty. Go play with it. My problem is you're too salty. I must lick you. She actually, she bites me more than she licks me. I have a video of her, like, chewing on my hair. I also have, I have 2 pictures of her where she was laying, like, belly up in my lap, and she had her paws, like, over her eyes, like she was hungover. She's also playing with the doorstopper now, so just beware. So when I say spectacle, what I mean is the over-the-top moments. New God of War 4 and Ragnarok doesn't have a lot of over-the-top moments. Yeah, that's true. They don't, but I've also, that's just not something that's particularly bothered me, because the spectacle, especially if you've played Ascension, you start to realize, like, too much spectacle is a bad thing. Because Ascension has so much spectacle that I can never see what's going on. But anyways, let's, let him talk.
But let me ask you this. If I came to you and pitched you the character Kratos from 2018's game, and you had never heard of Kratos before, I don't know if you would go, that sounds like a great character. I think he's only great because of he's kind of, you know, he shat the bed in his previous games in terms of as a person, and now he's coming around the mountain. You know what I'm saying?
Joel from The Last of Us. That's my response. The Last of Us was clearly like a clear source of inspiration for God of War 2018. Joel is Kratos without the original games to back him up, and it works because he's thinking of it from the context of would it be interesting with what we have now? But obviously, if you were pitching like a character like Kratos as a first-time character, there'd be some restructuring. You'd get more windows into his life. Actually, Joseph Anderson said in his God of War 2018 video that he kind of envies the people who get to play God of War 2018 as their first game with no knowledge of Kratos' background, because there's a level of mystery that they don't know. Like, why is he like this? Why is he this way? What did he do that was so bad that he is hiding it from his son? Why is he like so against telling Atreus that he's a god? Whenever you do get the reveal in Helheim where it's like, oh, because it's pretty well done, where it's like you get to see Zeus the first time you go to Helheim as a prelude of what's going to happen, so people will know that Zeus is Kratos' father, and then they will get to see him kill him. It's well done. If God of War 2018 is your first introduction and you know nothing about the previous games, it still works. So it seemed I'm gonna border on disrespectful with this next statement, but just bear with me. It seems like we have someone who is a lesser writer who is criticizing someone who has shown more mastery over writing. Now, no one person made God of War 2018 and no one person made Ragnarok. There was a team of writers behind this. No one person did it. But it seems like someone who doesn't have the ability to do these things, who is telling other people it can't be done. That's how I'm taking this. And yeah, people did love Joel. Exactly. So I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought about that, because it's very, very it's the first thing that comes to my mind. It's like, what do you mean it can't be done? They did it with Joel. They did the disgruntled man who's rude to the child, who is uncaring and doesn't like them, and then eventually comes around to them. And not only that, they did it in 15 hours instead of 25. Zeus like, I'm seeking the weed of Olympus. Dude, I love that meme. You will not deny me my doobie.
I think the character model for Atreus is most of the reason I don't like him, says Brett Moore. In the new one, yeah, Atreus, a lot of people, I was even listening to Gene at the Game Awards when this trailer dropped, and Gene Park was saying he didn't want Atreus. I think everybody, it's weird though. I don't think there's, like, nobody complains when you're playing Ellie about Joel, or in the first game, nobody complained when you're Joel.
See, even he thought of the comparison.
About Ellie, but a lot of people complain about Atreus. You know, I like him. I liked him in Ragnarok. He was a cool character, but there is kind of there's a consensus amongst a bunch of people that that he's not very well loved, and I wonder what that is.
He's annoying. He is disrespectful towards an established character like Kratos. Whereas the reason that Ellie was never outright disrespectful towards Joel, she just very much, she was just as likable. So whenever she ran off in The Last of Us, and after Joel was going to hand her over to Tommy, no one questioned it, because they're like, oh, she's being a bit of a child. But she was also an interesting character who had her own motivations, and Joel was treating her like a child when she was older than that. I want to say canonically, Ellie is older than Atreus too. I think Atreus was canonically supposed to be around 12, maybe. He's probably about 12 years old, and in Ragnarok he's about 14 years old. So Atreus in Ragnarok was Ellie from the beginning. Ellie was 15. So she could be portrayed a little more maturely. And yeah, Ellie in The Last of Us 2 on the other hand, right. But no, it's like, it's a good comparison, but it's like, just think about it for a minute. Just think, what are the criticisms? They think Atreus is annoying. He's argumentative. He's pushy. They want Kratos to go back to backhanding him, which he never did. But Atreus is bossy, and he takes control of the situation, and he gets everybody into situations that end up getting them hurt. And the reason that it's so bad is because it's on purpose. It is intentionally writing a character to be insufferable so that character can grow from it. And Atreus at the end of Ragnarok is much more tolerable than he is at the beginning. So yeah, a lot of people don't like Atreus because Atreus is written to be an annoying little kid who is supposed to get everyone in these bad situations so that he can basically get Brock killed is the end goal, so that he can learn from it and he can grow. And I think if we see Atreus more in the series going forward, he's going to be much more mature. He's going to be much more likable. So it's not really a mystery. It's actually, I want to say it's a very risky writing style to write a main character to be annoying, to get on your nerves, to be unlikable, so that there can be a level of payoff at the end when they actually do grow. But I think where it fails is that payoff isn't as big as we want it to be, and it just takes the focus off of Kratos. I don't think these are like big mysteries. Like, this isn't a difficult thing to figure out. But not too familiar with Joel. Is he a golf player? Yeah, so Joel's actually a musician who wrote the Wii Sports Resort music. Specifically the golf themes. I think David Jaffe is really out of touch. He strikes me as at least in terms of design or creative way, it's my way or the highway. I think I think a big part of the problem is that we're seeing a 7-minute like little what's the word? We're seeing a highlight reels of what was obviously a live stream where he could have gone into more detail and talked about things that didn't make the cut. I liked Atreus more in Ragnarok than in 2018, so did I, yeah. Also, in Kratos' defense for not hitting Atreus the last time he laid his hands on his child in a violent way, they died. Yeah, exactly. Kratos would never hit Atreus. He would never abuse his family. Who am I seeing? If you're talking about this guy, this is David Jaffe, the creator of God of War. He is talking about why he doesn't like Kratos' new character, and unfortunately, he's using the same pleb arguments that everyone else uses. So I was expecting something really interesting and insightful, and what I'm getting is a lot of, I don't like it. It's not how I like to write. They shouldn't have done it. And I mean, I will give him props for being respectful and for portraying it as this is his opinion, and that if this is your thing, then he supports that. I'll give him props for that, but I disagree with every point. I feel like his points are just really poorly made.
I don't know what that is. Bookster says, I hated Ellie in The Last of Us 1. I hate Atreus in God of War. I just hate children. That's fair. There should be like a introvert mode where all these companions just go away. He says Jaffe. Valhalla looks interesting. I like the old Kratos more. Probably Atreus feels tropey because we've been playing just Kratos for more games, maybe. We've played less Last of Us, although they remade it X times. It's a good point in that Last of Us came out the gate as a co-op game. Although, I don't know. I mean, I think, if you would have had Kratos running around with some hyper sexy chick Kratos, I've seen women cosplay Kratos. It's pretty hot, actually. Maybe that, I don't think we would have minded as much. But
did he just unironically admit that all the people in this live stream are Coomers? I think he just unironically admitted that all the people watching this are Coomers. Yeah, if it was a super scantily clad woman, we wouldn't mind cause boobies. Not to mention, it's like something... Cat, please, quit. Stop it. Stop. Something that he's not really mentioning is that one of the original designs for Kratos involved him having a younger brother that would be around, and the reason they cut it is because they didn't feel comfortable with, putting a kid in those dangerous situations, those extremely violent situations, because Atreus in the... Actually, no, because that worked with Pandora perfectly fine. I'm surprised he's not using Pandora as a point of comparison. Pandora is the perfect comparison to Atreus. Because she was someone who was like a daughter to Kratos for a very brief period of time, who was, to my understanding, very likable. No one felt annoyed, and she was present in the combat encounters. So why wouldn't he bring that up? I'd really love to see a big breakdown on why this is his opinion and where he would have taken his character. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like he has a unique perspective in that he helped create this character. So he has more potential than anybody else to actually bring some insight into who Kratos means to him and where he would take the character. And if that didn't end up in the highlights, then that's whoever edited this video's fault. But him making the same pleb arguments that everyone else has already made a million times is really disappointing. I'm also basing my opinion on Jaffe based on his Metroid Dread takes. He was really bad at the game and said the other devs shouldn't have done stuff differently, even though Metroid Dread's design is solid. And that's funny, because I saw a Screen Rant article today that my computer it's kind of funny. My computer crashed as I opened it, like it didn't want me reading it. There's a Screen Rant article where apparently the end game challenge, where it's like you activate this debuff that drains your health to 1 HP, in Valhalla. The thing said, like, there's a tweet from someone on the team who said, like, even the developers could not beat that on the highest difficulty, which is probably why they didn't lock people into the highest difficulty and let you drop it if you choose the highest one, because that's like an end game challenge that has some very lame cosmetics behind it. You get like a couple shield runs. It's really lame. But they admitted that no one in the studio had actually had beaten that challenge, and they left it in because they knew that the fans are going to be better at the game than they are. And sure enough, it took like no time for someone to beat that challenge. But I didn't do it. I'm not good enough. Will you stop with the door stopper? Will you quit, please? Thank you. Yeah, so it's like I didn't even do it because I looked at that. I was like, I am not good enough for this. Oh, I see you. I see you looking at it. Anyway, he admitted he's a Coomer himself. Unfortunately. I will not be stopped until you pay attention to me. If you're talking about my cat, yeah, pretty much. Also, I wonder if he's not touching the sexism of older games on purpose, because he wouldn't be able to excuse it. It was the mid 2000s, so I can't hold it against him. That was even Prince of Persia, which credit to I finished a video game for his Prince of Persia video, also very good. Even Prince of Persia was trying to do the drugs, sex, and rock and roll look in one of their games. By the way, I'm not paying attention to stream, but there's satisfying stories that end with a character not progressing through his arc at all and just end in the same status quo, like Manchester by the Sea. Never heard of it. Maybe this dude means that the same Kratos wouldn't be bad. I think that's the thing that's the point he's trying to make. But again, it's framed in a 7-minute highlight reel of a live stream, so I may have to track down the live stream and see if we can watch. Well, then again, this may be the only time that he talked about it, and that's why it's so condensed. But yeah, I think he's saying like there's no reason that Kratos needed to change, but there's no. Of course, he didn't need to change. No one's made the argument that Kratos had to. Well, okay, I take that back. People have made the argument that Kratos had to grow up, but it's not true. He didn't need to. But it was a stylistic and artistic choice to make him grow. And of course, Cory Barlog did self-insert his own, like, being young, being in college, working on the older God of War games, leaving for a while, having kids, getting married, not in that order, getting married, having kids, and then coming back to it as a more mature person. And even in the making of documentary of God of War 2018, one of the ladies was like, he was like a completely different person when he came back. So, I mean, yeah, it's self-inserting a little bit, but that's not necessarily a bad thing if it's well done, which David Jaffe clearly liked it. I just don't think he, it's hard to have good takes on a live stream because it's all stream of consciousness. You just say what you're thinking. So, God knows I've had bad takes on a live stream. So, I think if he were afforded the opportunity to really think about it, then he could come up with something really insightful. I think this was just him responding to other people's opinions with his whatever's on his mind at the time. So, yes, I'm making excuses for him because I refuse to believe that the creator of a series as popular as God of War cannot think of better reasons why he doesn't like the character today. Athena, you took my weed brownies. Cat problems every day. Every day. I'll give an example of Jaffe being bad at Dread. He went into a room where he doesn't shoot anything in the environment, even though the game teaches you to shoot the environment. He doesn't use the manual aiming in the room and is designed like an upwards funnel. I imagine there's more, so let's let it play while you type that out.
I don't know. I mean, that's what's really interesting. You have this industry where it's getting better with indies and double A's, where as you get older, there is an audience that's there now. Whether you're talking artistic games or cozy games or action games like boomer shooters, but playing on this field, I think really requires a better job of, as it relates to God of War, of turning that nozzle down or that spigot down, so you get the personality of the team as you should, but you never lose sight of who your core audience is. Your core audience for God of War, I don't think gives a fuck about family in that way. Or
that is an awful take. I mean, is he wrong though? Like that is a terrible take. And of course I cut him off mid-sentence. He's probably got more to say, but as terrible of a take as that is, I think it's also true. I think that the core audience of God of War legitimately does not care about deep themes of like family and growing and bettering yourself. I think the core audience of God of War is like the COD audience in that they're all immature, they don't want to grow, they're incapable of self-reflection, and they just like whatever is their perspective of masculinity and being an adult and being the man, quote unquote. There's a lot of overlap. And the people who are the fans of the newer games, not saying that that's the core audience of God of War, but that's the audience that God of War fostered. And the audience that the new God of War games is fostering are not those people. They're actually quite arguably the polar opposite. And there are people like me who love the old games and love the new games, but based on just the level of backlash and criticism and the number of people that hate the new Kratos, I hate his take, but I think he's right. I think the core audience of God of War are a bunch of man children who don't like these themes. And so the core audience of God of War is like the COD audience. And you know what? I was the COD audience. I was that person. I got into God of War as that person, and I recently matured out of it. So I'm also speaking from personal experience. So I absolutely can see that, because I was that toxic person who loved the older games, and I still love the older games. That hasn't changed, but as I've grown older, I've respected and appreciated the newer takes much more. Let me see. Hey, it's Wolverine on the screenshot. Which one? Oh, probably like back here somewhere. Let me see. He outed himself as an asshole now. I don't think that's quite the point he's trying to make, but that is how it's coming off. Just look at which PS games. Oh wait, I skipped one. And I disagree with the fact that that it is true. The fans maybe not the core audience. I don't know. Just look at which PS games sell and why. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, it's the fact of the matter is just like, quote unquote hardcore gamers are usually just shitty people. That's kind of just like a fact of life. It's like there are it is an industry with a lot of immature people, especially at the corporate level. And there's like, it's not as respectable as other industries in that sense. Not that the film industry doesn't have those problems, Marvel movies, for example, but I see it more in the games industry. And all you have to do is go play Call of Duty for like 6 hours, and for an added challenge, have a woman in the party and go play Call of Duty for 6 hours, and see how quickly she either gets hit on for being a woman or like harassed for being a woman. It's actually impressive. Me and my friends used to do that for fun. I don't think the original core audience that Jaffe targeted cared about it in the game world. The new audience does care. Exactly. The audience that they're fostering now absolutely does care. God of War in that area were all 2000s video game narrator. Man, boy, fantasy RPG. You are a god. Kill gods. Fuck goddesses. the original audience also grew up, so there's a lot less people that didn't care about it. That too. But I don't think all the audience grew up. Because Mayo. And we saw many, if you guys were, I know some of you guys were present for the God of War review stream series I did last year. And it would have been earlier this year, not quite last year. Feels like a year ago. 2 months ago feels like a year ago to me right now. But we saw a lot of people that did not understand this game and were just clinging on to the boyish fantasy they had about Kratos. The targeted gamers. Hardcore, definitely. But do you seriously think that hardcore gamers are the target audience? I mean, if hardcore gamers weren't the target audience, then the Give Me God of War mode and the challenge modes wouldn't exist. So I think that the DLC and Ragnarok in general constantly pushing you to improve and to really engage with it, I think it is trying to dip into that target. More and more games are casual, actually. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things that I think is so impressive about Ragnarok, is that it's a game that actually it did encourage me and force me to get better the more I played it. So maybe I'm a slow learner. I think I probably was in this case, but that was kind of the point. So basically, hardcore movie buffs are pretentious, and hardcore players, not saying gamer because it's cringe, are man-children. No, gamer is a slur, and it brings all the connotations that come with it. Nah, man, the one you're looking at, 2 screenshots, the cowboy one with the goofy costume. Okay, that was going to be my next guess. I'm not going to lie, I thought that was Red Dead Redemption, because it's so blurry, but better be pretentious than be a man-child. They go hand in hand. I think this is simply due to hardcore gamers as a hobby requires being alone in front of a computer with full concentration on the game. Combine that with the amount of violence in mainstream gaming, and it's a toxic place. Yeah, that also comes with like being chronically online on social media. You get the same results. I highly disagree. I think those... Cat, you better not. Don't do it. Ah, she did it. I highly disagree. I think those difficulty options are only chosen by like 10% of players, and I seriously wish I had statistics to prove it. We do, actually. I have to make some adjustments. Oh, wait, I can't show that yet. Because I don't need everybody seeing the profiles. I mean, I don't have anything to hide, don't get me wrong, but... Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. 9.9% of players, 100% the game. So we have... How many people beat the game on Give Me God of War difficulty? Hey, Sushi, your head's kind of in the way, baby. I need you to move. There was a difficulty. I need you to stop, please. You stop. Just quit. Don't step on my keyboard. You'll end the stream. Let's see. Ah! Stop it! Okay, so I think I lied. I don't think that it does... I don't think there are difficulty options for beating it on the highest difficulty. Or, achievements, I mean. There really should be. That's disappointing. Stop chewing on my head. Stop it. I will concede, and I will say that they're going for a diverse audience, and I think they're doing a very good job at tackling both. So I will concede with that. I think they're doing a really good job at targeting the more hardcore people who can engage with the combat, and then targeting people who only care about the story, and then turning around and targeting the disabled crowd with their accessibility. They gave an entire GDC talk about the accessibility settings in the game, and that's pretty much all he talked about, is how can we get as many people as possible with physical disabilities to engage with the depth of the combat. That was one of his points. Check the achievement percent. Yeah. No, what did your cat do? So I have a mic that requires it to have like one of the cage holders. It's like you like set your mic inside it and then you screw the holder onto the thingy. Very descriptive, I know. She likes to chew on that. If we really want to deconstruct it, we are all hardcore gamers. Are we? As we are sitting here looking into critiques and having this conversation to begin with, yeah, we're all shitty people. All my audience are shitty people. Didn't you know that? I like how even my cat goes quiet when I said that. This is actually interesting. I want to be wrong now because statistics are more interesting. Unfortunately, they weren't. Did you 100% God of War for the video? As you probably saw by the achievements, I did all the content, but I didn't find all the collectibles, because collectibles are where I draw the line, because at that point, I'm just looking up a guide so I can say I did it. I did do the quest that requires you to collect, like, all the ingredients for the stew, so I got the stat bonus for that. But, like, finding all, like, the artifacts and stuff like that, I didn't do. Also, on the DLC, I didn't do like that challenge where you take that debuff that like drains your health and beat it on the highest difficulty. I don't know if you were here for that part, but there was an article that said even the developers couldn't beat that on the highest difficulty, and I saw that like well after I stopped trying. I didn't even attempt it. I was just like, yeah, I'm not good enough. I looked at the rewards, I saw they sucked, and I was like, okay, that's good. Do you mind? Jesus. I think it's more around 20 to 40% now that you showed some of these achievements. Possibly. Diverse, literally unplayable. Exactly, man. Just out of curiosity, have you thought about covering the Batman Arkham series or Insomniac Spider-Man games? I've thought about it, and then I stopped thinking about it immediately after, because I cannot possibly say anything that hasn't already been said. Maybe if I really kind of want to, but I think who's that channel, Monty Xander, I think he has like the best Arkham games, because he's also a fan of the comics, so he ties in the comics to the games. I structured that sentence so poorly, but that's what I meant. Yes, I am a shitty person. Exactly, I knew. Well, shit, I get called a pretty cool person. Well, you can be a cool person on the surface and still be a shitty person deep down. We all are. I hope you guys know I'm also memeing. I'm not being serious. Oh, by the way, I want to be clear. I don't hate David Jaffe. I just think he's stuck in his ways boomer. That's fair. I feel like if the game is popular enough, then you can have insane challenges in there for people to do who just kind of do it. Yeah, and that's kind of what they did with the DLC, where they're like, yeah, we can't beat this, but someone can, so just leave it in. And they did. Someone did. It is a straight endurance fight where if you take one hit, you die, and you have to be insanely good. You have to put a lot more time into it than I have. I could do it if I prepped for it, but the rewards just aren't worth it. If you got something really, really cool, I would do it. I kind of hate people who say that gaming was better once. Yeah, that's what you get. Just fall. Yeah, I feel that. I think that you should only put insane challenges in the game only if you're 100% sure that the gameplay is tight. They were at least 95% sure. But yeah, that's also a fair point. The gameplay sucks, just don't do it, because it's not going to be fun. Like, Hollow Knight was able to do that because it was, like, had good gameplay, but we got less than a minute left on this, and then I need to take a break because my mom called me, and she told me to call her back when I can, so I need to make sure that everything's good. I'm sure it is. But let's finish this up.
Raising a kid. I don't think that's their core. It would be like, you know, a director like Martin Scorsese making a Lethal Weapon movie or making an action film. It's like, I'm sure it would be interesting, but people who go to the action film don't want to see that. They want to see an action film.
Oh, was that it?
Oh, hey there, fellas. It's me, Jeffy. Thank you for watching that video. Be sure to look up there and hit that subscribe button. Don't forget all the notification bell and the like and all that good stuff, if you like the video, of course. And then, where's over there and there, got some videos for you that I think you're going to like a lot. Thanks for watching the channel. I appreciate it. Be well out there, fellas. Oh, let me hit reverse.
You can learn a lot about a man from their intros and outros to their videos. That was something. See, that's the thing. He says that the core God of War audience doesn't care about raising a family until they actually do it. I hope for the sake of anyone who likes God of War and also has a kid that they care about raising a family. Love the outro? Alright, it's nighttime here, and I'm taking away 10% of the viewership with me. Thanks, guys. Alright, later, dude. Speaking of moms, I bought my mom some flowers as a pre-Christmas Eve gift. Ooh, nice. Did he just say people should just eat slop? I guess so. I think this is an ironic comparison because Scorsese did a comedy movie, and it's really good. Like, he could pull off an action movie. Yeah, that was kind of and I'm glad that you were here to hear that, because I can at least refer to your, because I know he's one of like your favorite directors, and I can refer to your judgment. But that's like saying Stephen King couldn't write a comedy. It's like, you know, he's a horror book writer. It's like you're trying to typecast a really talented person and say what they can't do, and then saying like, oh well, the Stephen King audience wouldn't want a rom-com. It's like, I don't know about that. You can cross genres like that, but it's also a bad comparison because you're going from action game to action game. And it's like, yeah, the tonal shift is pretty massive, but it's doable. Obviously, it's popular. It's doable if the team's talented. We can use a musical example. In fact, I'm going to use this example. So I saw a Nick Nocturnal video. For those of you who don't know, Nick Nocturnal is a metal music YouTuber. He's got his own side project with him and Andy Sizek, and it's called crap. Okay, well, I just lost my accountability card because I don't remember what his project is called. It's called Termina. Didn't even have to look it up. It's called Termina. It's really good. Well, he did a video that was talking about how hardcore and metalcore is coming back into style, right? And he was talking about the thing that interested him was the fact that it was not metal musicians who were taking interest in the genre. It was non-metal fans who were starting to bring it in, or starting to listen to it more. And how there were non-metal artists like Demi Lovato, for instance, who said that she would like to have her own like hardcore band. So of course Demi Lovato is a pop star. She's not, you know, she is as far removed from metal as you can possibly get. But she said it would be interesting if she were to do that, and one of her favorite bands is Knocked Loose. So to say that you should typecast yourself and never experiment and never do something that arguably, in your opinion, just shouldn't be done, it's a really narrow-minded perspective of any sort of art form, especially music. I mean, look at one of my favorite bands, Northlane. Look at their progression from like their first album with their current vocalist, who, despite being one of my favorite vocalists, their name also escapes me. It'll come to me in a second. Marcus Bridge, that's his name. So Northlane's first album with Marcus Bridge, compared to their latest album, Obsidian. They have significantly scaled back the metal aspects in favor of electronic aspects. And they make it work. I actually think, I don't know the name of all their band members like I do some other bands, but whoever is actually doing like the music production on like the digital side is killing it. Like their latest album, or their latest album is great, and their latest single is so good. So yeah, it's absolutely possible for you to cross genres like that. And I think the popularity of The Last of Us kind of proved that it's like, hey, Cory Barlog wanted to have this more mature story. He wanted to have this sort of he wanted to scale back the violence, not really the violence, but scale back like the adult themes and talk about something a little more mature. I try not to use that word because then people come in and say, well, God of War was always mature. It's like, well, yeah, of course, but it's like mature means a lot of different things, and it doesn't mean you can take that however you want. You can even twist it to sound like I'm saying the previous games weren't mature, but anyways, it's like they wanted to do that. The Last of Us proved that there was an audience for that. They wanted to do these things, and they pulled it off. So he's just making a lot of like pleb arguments, and it just comes off as like he couldn't do it, so he thinks it can't be done. And I really respect his humility to be able to say that he would not be able to write that, and he struggles with writing that. I think recognizing your weaknesses is really important when it comes to any art form. But to say that someone else can't do it because he can't is just wrong. Can you imagine how shitty some of the hardcore gamers will be as fathers or relationship partners? I can imagine how bad the freaking COD players are. I know that because I have a good friend who just recently got divorced because she was married to that type of person. Stephen King would 100% be able to do a rom-com. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's completely possible. And it's a unique challenge to do something outside of your wheelhouse too. Like, for example, I'm really, really good, in my opinion, at doing the game critiques on the video editing side. I was also helping Gwen with her like stream highlight videos, and where it's a different style of editing that was challenging me to improve with things that I didn't actually know how to do. And it's okay to do that. You know, you can experiment and try things that you don't think you're good at. Honestly, maybe I just shouldn't have kids. I'm too afraid I'll be a shitty dad. I mean, yeah. I don't think you would. But I think that, like, I understand kind of the fear of that. Exactly. I think, like, the best point we could make is, like, comedy actors like Adam Sandler doing excellent dramas like Uncut Gems and Punch Drunk Love. Jesus. Been talking too much. My throat's a little sore. I love metal music. I think the reason I love it so much is all the loud and distorted sounds remind me of my sound therapy from when I was very young. Interesting. Sandler's a little weak, though, but yeah, I see what you mean. No, it means free booba. Could The Last of Us be different now, though? I think it's too much in a depressing hell pit that it can't switch genres. Yes. The Last of Us could absolutely... now, there would have to be significant changes to the formula, and the writers would have to get off their own dick first, but a talented enough writer and game designer could make it happen. And on that note, we're not done, but I do have to call my mom back because I just need to make sure everything's okay. So we're gonna take I'm gonna say a 10-minute break where I just kind of use the bathroom, call her back, grab a Dr. Pepper so my voice doesn't sound like this, and then we'll get back to it. So, I will be right back. Okay, there we go. Yeah, everything was fine. She was just asking, like, what time I was coming over for Christmas. Okay, what'd I miss? Oh, man, I missed quite a bit. Man, I'm going to have to watch the VOD and missed him reacting. Yeah, it was a lot of, I think the harshest reaction was to his outro. Speaking of, Neil is in hell right now with the Last of Us multiplayer project dead in the water. Yeah. They decided not to do the multiplayer project because they couldn't dick ride themselves. I remember my friend Alex loving the Last of Us 1's multiplayer. Good lord. I don't work in a call center anymore, so I'm not used to talking for this long. I think The Last of Us could be different if it focused on different characters, so therefore it could be a violent rom-com or something else entirely, but with mushroom zombies. I think the best comparison would be turning The Last of Us into a turning it from a story-focused game to a here's something they could do. The Last of Us 3 is an open world survival game that takes all the survival mechanics of the games in the series now, plus the stealth mechanics, and it pivots them towards a survival experience similar to like Daisy. You know what? They should do it just to spite the day before. That's what they should do. Literally just to spite the day before. And it would be similar to the exploration sections of The Last of Us 2, except it is all about survival. It's got a Metro Exodus style story system where it drops you into an open world environment. It can stay there the entire time if it wants to, and then you do excursions out of your base to collect resources, and you come back. And that is not at all what the Last of Us audience wants. But you know what? The people who made The Last of Us 2 made a really good combat system, a really good gameplay system, and they could pull it off. It's really the story bits that people like about The Last of Us, but that doesn't mean you couldn't remove that and still have a great survival game underneath it. Okay, so you said, you wonder if it'll just lose too much of the original audience. Oh, because you were talking about the rom-com. For example, imagine if Star Wars became a rom-com. I can see it as a horror movie, but a rom-com would just lose the whole audience. What do you mean? It is a rom-com, because The Last Jedi is a rom-com. I mean, I think people talked about the same idea with Star Wars. Use the same universe, but use different characters with no ties to the original cast. And that's kind of what David Jaffe was saying, is like, you shouldn't have used Kratos, but I disagree. I think it can be done, you just have to do it well. Just because like, you just have to trust in the talent of the people working on it, because people don't get to that level without having some level of talent. We just like to criticize them by saying that they don't. Like, the big problem with Marvel movies right now is the overuse of visual effects is killing their freaking visual effects artists. But they're still talented people that make good-looking scenes. They're actually kind of like the unsung heroes of Marvel, is the visual effects artist. You're always going to lose some people with a change, but you'll also bring in new people as well. And remember, there are some people who are from the original audience who will stick around for the new stuff. Yes. I did not play God of War from its like inception. I picked it up in like 2016, I think. 2015, 2016? Would have been 2016. But I mean, that still means I've been with the series for like several years at this point, almost 8 years. Star Wars has always had themes of a rom-com. Yeah, or themes of romance. So yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I guess a rom-com as an action rom-com, like a road movie. Yeah, so there was an action rom-com that my mom watched that I don't even remember what it was or what it was called. but they do exist. I think at least for Star Wars, it would be better than what Disney has been doing. Yeah, but Disney would still be doing it, so it'd just be like double worse. I think it's the risk of splitting resources in the fan base. The product can be good, but now you have two different groups wanting two different things. Yeah, but that level of discourse also brings in more people sometimes. The important element to change is always to remember why you're changing it and how far it should change to be implemented. If the foundation was always wet noodles, for example, then you go to extreme lengths. I'm so hyped for the Mayo video. I like how we're all here having a deep discussion about game design, and Purdy's just like, I'm just happy to be here. I missed Dead Space 2 multiplayer. I didn't get a chance to play that because I played it way too late. You missed Sif streaming with oh good lord, I'm not even gonna read that. Yes, the state of Twitch is an abomination right now. The Last of Us 3 is going to be open world either way, I'm afraid, but it's going to be open world like The Last of Us 2, and that's not what I want. I wouldn't consider The Last of Us 2 open world. It was a linear game with open levels, but there weren't that many ways to get around. You were still funneled into a single path. It's open world in the way that Metro Exodus was in the Tega. In the third level, the forest one. But it's going to be... Oh, wait, I just read that. I kind of want a dialogue-based RPG if they go small open world. I think pivoting The Last of Us to an RPG would be even harder, and I would not want to play that game. I would honestly want a survival game. Purdy's a simple man with simple pleasures. That's not a dig. It's 100% a compliment. I meant that if it had semi-open world sections, yeah, but then you get like the Horizon Zero Dawn issue where it's like you have dialogue options and everyone memes on them. I think making it an open world, like an RPG, would be really difficult. I hope they bring it back if they remake Dead Space 2. Playing as Necromorphs was really fun. Honestly, still haven't played the Dead Space remake, but I've heard it's good, so I think they can do it. And in that vein, smaller locations with more NPCs to talk to and harder fights would be better. Yeah, I'm just thinking The Last of Us 2 with dialogue options, and I'm just hating it. Because then it's like, then you have the Fallout 4 issue of like, I hate all of these options. This dialogue sucks. I don't want to be aggressive, but I have 4 different options of being aggressive. It's the freaking the Kellogg problem at Fort Hagen, I think, for like the entire game. Okay, my voice is not cut out for this. I'm not looking forward to this.
I was in a pretty good mood. I mean, what?
Oh, well. Hey, where are my freaking... There they are. I was like, where are my settings? Let me turn off the music 1 second. Soundtrack is for a game called 100 Days, by the way. Pretty good game. Oh, speaking of bad writing, that game 100 Days, it's about being a winemaker, and it has such bad millennial writing, it's not even funny. Like, the main character is so insufferable because they're supposed to be the really cool, the quirky, I'm always making jokes, I'm always making puns, I'm sarcastic, I don't take everything seriously, and I'm like, I freaking hate this person. Will you please shut up so I can just make some wine? I guess you could say it's not a wine simulator, it's a wine simulator. You get it? It's spelt like that. It's wine simulator. Ha, I'm funny. Just love for someone to be like just clicking around the live stream and they just see that in the chat and they're like, wait, what? Don't play Dead Space Remake, man. It has bathrooms for all sexes. Oh yeah. Oh man, what am I gonna do? My heart. Unrelated, but I enjoy talking to you, Shrimp, because whilst we don't always see eye to eye, I think your conversations are very thought-provoking. That's because 99% of the time throughout the day, I have nothing interesting going on, and I'm just, my brain is just playing something random on repeat. I mean, but they are better writers than Bethesda. Bethesda, I don't feel like it's really comparable because it is video game writing, but it's like Bethesda writing just doesn't really think about the details of stuff. It's not always outright bad. And Bethesda writing in general is like kind of just like the few people that actually write the quests. But Mayo would like some cheese and wine. Yeah, I guess we better get to it. All right, guys. I'm not looking forward to this one. I'm probably going to be a little bit quiet while my voice recovers from all the talking. If you can hear it getting raspy, I used to work in a call center. I was used to talking all day. I don't anymore. I actually stay really quiet at work now because I'm just focusing on work. So it's an adjustment. I haven't done this in a while. But what were we at? 120-ish? Yeah.
I was in a pretty good mood. I mean, what a year, right? Horror games knocking it out of the park, movement shooters, some of the best games ever made, kick-ass action games, crazy fast challenging platformers. I'm a pretty happy guy this year. Hello, I'm the #1 modern God of War hater. You probably already know me at this point. Kuba, I know you're watching this. Hello. Hello everyone, all you new God of War fans. I haven't played God of War Ragnarok since my video on it last year, and not because I hated it, but because I hated significant parts of it. The pacing of the experience tends to bore me, and the Atreus levels are just unbearable. The narrative largely focusing on Atreus also annoys me, because I just don't like the character. But I'm not going to rehash.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to announce. I can't believe Wine Simulator 2023 didn't win a Game of the Year award. Okay, so we are watching Under the Mayo's God of War Valhalla isn't very good. Oh, dude, it's only 15 minutes. Bet. That makes me so much happier. Knowing I don't have to suffer through this for very long.
All my complaints. I'd rather tell you what I loved about Ragnarok, and what I was hoping for in Valhalla, the new free DLC combat challenge mode. New God of War's combat really shines in 1v1 fights, just you and a powerful, intimidating boss with lots of behaviors to learn. Ragnarok's campaign had like a dozen great boss fights, plus another dozen optional berserker boss fights, and plenty of optional mini-boss encounters versus supercharged versions of high-tier enemies, and a few dragons. It was...
Were there a dozen good boss... I know I'm nitpicking, but were there really a dozen good boss fights in the story? There's like... Thor fight 1... So you get Thor fight number 1, and then you get the Light Elf fight in Alfheim, and then you get the Freya fight. No, that's after Jotunheim. Thor fight 1, Light Elf fight. No, yeah, then you go to Jotunheim, and then you have the Freya fight. That's as Kratos. I'm not going to count the Atreus fights. And then you get Nithog in Vanaheim, so we're at 4. And then after Vanaheim, I'm going off memory. I'm not looking at anything for this. After Vanaheim, Atreus storms off. And then you go to the Norns. That doesn't have any big boss fights. And then you go get Draupnir. That doesn't have any big boss fights. Then you have an Atreus section. And then you... Is it the Atreus section and then Helheim and then Garm? Or am I... I'm going to count that. Oh, shit, I've lost count. Okay, I'm going to give it to him. It's probably about a dozen. Take a shot every time he complains about Atreus. I got a Dr. Pepper, so that counts. It's got about a shot left in it, so... I really want to play Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm also really conflicted on getting it because I have played turn-based RPGs, and I haven't played a turn-based RPG like Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I haven't played it, so I can't really speak on that. I'm not saying it's terrible. What I'm saying is terrible. Man, with ESL, it's so hard to listen to 2 times speed. It's only 1.5. Just gonna say it. Mayo's take on cameras, by the way. Good lord, I'm sorry, guys. He doesn't understand why certain games use the camera styles they do. Okay, gotcha. Dank, I didn't like turn-based. Okay, I thought you were saying dank as like a oh dude, that's dank. I'm like, haven't heard that since like 2014. Don't like turn-based RPGs at all, but Baldur's Gate 3 is incredibly easy to get into and chill with. Its almost immersive sim-like design.
great. It made me think about what runic attacks to equip, which powers to lean into, which armor to use. It was a much more thoughtful combat experience than 2018. And best of all, in boss fights, you don't have to worry so much about the stupid fucking camera with enemies running off screen and having to react to different colored arrows, instead of just being able to see everyone like you could in the old games. The clunky and tedious aiming system of having to turn the camera to adjust where you're striking actually doesn't feel so bad when you're only facing one enemy. For as much as I dislike certain things about Ragnarok, the boss battles were fantastic. I spent hours, days even, just fighting bosses. It was some of the most fun I had the entire year. So with that being established, I was
Oh yeah, I didn't even get to Heimdall. Okay, I'll give it to him. There's probably about a dozen. Close enough.
kind of excited for the release of Valhalla. I'm certainly not going to play the New Game Plus mode they added, because it doesn't let you skip the Atreus missions. But hey, a roguelite combat-centric challenge mode?
See, that's the thing, is the New Game Plus mode actually does have some of the best boss fights. The framework for a lot of the encounters, like the Berserker fights in Valhalla, are based on the New Game Plus mode. And a lot of Tyr's moves are also based on Berserker moves from the New Game Plus. So it really does add a lot. But he doesn't like Atreus, guys.
Playing only as Kratos? That could be fun. I hope there's a lot of boss fights. And I'm not gonna lie, I did enjoy it at times. When you get in the groove of comboing a big bad guy, it's pretty satisfying. And yeah, I love a good dose of nostalgia as much as the next guy. Hearing the old musical themes, visiting the boat and desert from God of War 1 was very nice. I love the return of classic enemies like the Minotaur, Siren, Wraith, Cyclops. There's like 8 old school enemies once you get to the Grease part of Valhalla. And yeah, that's pretty cool. But the majority of the combat of this combat-centric DLC is plagued with pacing issues. The structure is your typical roguelite, picking a shield and style of rage activation.
Is it really plagued with pacing issues? There was like one pacing issue, and it's whenever I was trying to beat the first tier boss. And that's because it's like the DLC doesn't actually open up and give you all your options until after you beat him, but I kept wiping. So there's a solid like 2 or 3 hours where it's like the structure of of everything was the same. It was pretty much static until I could beat him. That was about it, though. To be fair, I didn't like most Atreus gameplay sections either. Yeah, that's the thing. Neither did I, but it's like I still suffered through it and tried to like engage with Atreus' gameplay in a more interesting way. Like I beat the game 4 times. I mean, granted, his video came out and mine hasn't. Granted, his video sucks, mine doesn't. So it's like I will give him props for at least like not being like, I'm not going to criticize anything from the New Game Plus because I didn't play it, but it's like the Atreus sections are not so bad that I couldn't stand replaying it. Only the Jotunheim section is that bad. Everything else is like okay, whatever. It's like at most 3 or 4 hours of the experience.
Going from room to room, killing enemies, opening chests that give you upgrades, runic attacks, currency to buy things like healing, more upgrades, perma upgrade currency. If you played Hades, it's exactly like that. It's Hades, or Deadlink, a fantastic roguelite FPS that everyone should check out. But whereas those games tend to
Actually, it's Crab Champions. It's not Hades. It's Crab Champions.
Rolling room to room, Valhalla, in new God of War fashion, separates its small combat encounters with large spaces of running around opening chests, hooking up to other levels looking for stuff, and running back and forth deciding which door to go in. Just like in the campaign, they seem...
You only have... Okay, he's not wrong. I also don't like the sanctuaries being as big as they are, but you don't have to continuously run around looking for stuff. I mean, like, you pretty much, everything is pretty centrally located for the most part. It could be better, but the clip he's showing, making it look like you got to go all the way up here and then come all the way down here, you only got to do that once.
Terrified to just let you fight. It was quite rare that I ever had 2 combat rooms back to back, and so many times these rooms are filled with worms or
yeah, so the reason you don't have 2 combat rooms back to back is because the sanctuary sections, for starters, have a shop where you can, like purchase upgrades if you have enough echoes, or you can purchase a single health and rage restore. Not having that and having to have multiple combat encounters back to back would probably, especially in the earlier game when you're still building Kratos, or like I'm blanking on the word, when you're still purchasing upgrades, it's like it would just result in more wipes because the combat encounters themselves can sometimes be a little demanding. So it's like literally once you find the doorways, like once you have your doorway options, it takes like 20 seconds to just sprint from one to the other. I always stopped at the shop to see what they had, to see if I could get some more glyphs and get some more upgrades, but it's not like, oh, I gotta spend 5 minutes between combat encounters. It's like, dude, it's like 20 seconds.
Toxic guys, or nightmares, or just pathetic enemies. You kill like 5 guys and the fight's over, when this really should have been geared towards higher challenge endurance rounds, surviving multiple waves of deadly enemies.
But the entire thing is an endurance round. Like, what he's describing is something I would absolutely hate playing on the highest difficulty. If every encounter was at minimum 3 waves of enemies, and I have to do 3 of those, then a Valhalla's Chosen fight, and then a boss fight, and then move on to the Greek areas, that wouldn't help the pacing. That would make the pacing so much worse. Because by the end of the DLC, all I'm trying to do is beat Tyr with a different shield or rage ability. I'm only doing the side encounters because, one, I do the ones in the lower Norse realms to get more glyphs. I do the ones in the Greek realm because it's mandatory. I have to kill 6 Valhalla's Chosen to proceed. And then I have to fight Tyr. And you can only purchase, at max, 2 health and rage restores. 1 in the Norse realms, 1 in the Greek realms. There are perks that allow you to open chests and receive health back, and that helps out a little bit. But the fact that I had to break my no resurrection stone rule for this DLC is really... I mean, it shows it's like the entire thing is the endurance round. A single fight is not the endurance round. So it seems to me like he really just doesn't understand the goal of the DLC, which is you are fighting... And granted, I haven't played Hades. I don't know if Hades does it better. Probably does. But it's like, what he's describing is something I absolutely would have hated. The lack of Athena in general sucks. Yeah, that's, thank you for reminding me about that, because I naturally, I purged that through my memory. She really needed to be in Ragnarok. Or in Ragnarok in general, but also in Valhalla.
To get you to understand why this experience largely sucks, I have to walk you through it step by step. So have patience with me. I want to present to you what a run of Valhalla looks like.
Okay, let's take like 5 seconds, or let's let him finish, and let's see how poorly he represents the actual DLC.
Turned on the game and hit record just to see what kind of run I would randomly capture for you guys. And oh boy, did I get a stinker. Here's how it went. Opening room, 2 normal dudes, 1 chest, 18 seconds of combat. Second room, 3 normal dudes, 2 chests, 21 seconds of combat. Third room, big open space, auto-platforming around, opening more chests, breaking pots, using keys to unlock extra areas with...
Okay. Already he is misrepresenting it. This is not what a normal run looks like. You are going to do these things. This chest right here, you're only going to open it once. You do not even have the option to open this chest until after you've defeated Tyr, at which case you're only opening it so you can unlock the relic so you can continue to use it. So, you can see the first couple times you're going to be running around, you're going to be like, okay, this area is blocked off, this area is blocked off, this area is blocked off. And then once you unlock the sanctuary barrier keys, you're going to know how many you purchased, and you're going to either do what I did and be like, okay, I'm going to focus on relic chests. I'm going to focus on armor chests. I'm going to open these. Once they're open, I never have to do it again. And some of them, whenever you open them, they have additional glyphs, like weapon glyphs, perk glyphs, stat glyphs, that you can return to and open. Most of them, not all, one of them in the Midgard section is like a bit of a walk. But most of them are like right there in the open. It's like on the way to the doorway. So already he's dropping the ball here.
More chests, 2 upgrade stations, and finding 3 doors to choose from, which are not conveniently placed next to each other, but scattered around the map to waste your time.
And yeah, you also don't have to hit the upgrade station. I do, but it's part of the progression. It's like, what alternative would you have there? I mean, I'm gonna suggest they do the exact same thing. In Crab Champions, you come to the intermission zone, everything is lined up and the door's at the end. I'm gonna suggest the same thing. But I'm not going to go on this whole tirade and be like, man, this is how much time I wasted doing this.
1 minute and 51 seconds spent here. 4th room, 2 Alfheim guys, annoying floating nightmare things, and then fighting the dumbest enemy in the game, the Wisp. 1 minute and 9 seconds of not very good.
Yeah, it's actually not called the Wisp. The Wisp are the things that come out of it. Now, don't ask me what this is called, because I'd have to think about it for a minute. So... But I'm also not writing a script where I can just go fact check myself. And it's also not the dumbest enemy in the game. It's difficult, sure, but it's no dumber than the freaking reskinned enemies that they put in the Greek region. And I wonder if he's even going to mention the fact that the Greek enemies, or if he can look through his nostalgia goggles enough to see that the Greek enemies that they put in are, some of them are just straight reskins of existing enemies.
Combat. 5th room, big open space, opening chests, breaking pots, choosing between which door to open.
See, you didn't have to go all the way up there, though. Like, you only have to go up there once. So, why are you gonna push this off as if it's a normal run when it's not? When you literally only do it once. Like, that specific area has 2 chests. I did have to go up there twice. But that's because I didn't prepare and bring 2 keys with me.
41 seconds. Room 6, a fight with only 6 raiders, incredibly basic, no second wave, that's it. 56 seconds of combat. Room 7, a chest. Room 8, big open space, opening chests, breaking pots, looking around, using an upgrade station, 1 minute and 9 seconds spent here. Room 9, this one's really bad. A fight composed entirely of the poison guys that run and jump at you, a guy perched up top lobbing bombs at you, ice soldiers, and that little monkey that blinds you from a distance.
So he wants more challenging encounters, but he doesn't want to deal with ranged and melee enemies at the same time and an enemy that buffs other enemies. Hey, wait a minute. In Doom Eternal, don't you often have to deal with enemies that get up in your face and ranged enemies in a buff totem? Isn't Doom Eternal his favorite game? And I guess the argument's going to be, oh, well, you can't possibly compare Ragnarok to Doom Eternal. You can't possibly do that. Apples and oranges is not the same. It's like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I remember a really tough master level encounter of Super Gornest, where you have to fight a bunch of invisible enemies in a fogged arena with a buff totem. But he's complaining that this consists of ranged melee and this enemy. Unless I'm misunderstanding the argument and it's, oh, well, it's just not that interesting. And it's like, he does understand that you have to, due to the issues with the gameplay and the combat, you actually have to balance these encounters around Kratos by himself.
Agonizingly boring, 1 minute and 40 seconds of bad
Oh,
combat.
it's not just boring, it's agonizingly boring. We gotta throw the adjectives in there.
Room 10, a big combat arena against raiders and coal raiders. 1 minute, 13 seconds of combat.
He's just butchering the enemy names. Sorry, I know I'm not reading chat, but I want a minute.
You're noticing that nothing is really happening here, right? There are barely any big enemies to fight.
You're noticing that nothing is really happening here. You do understand that in this room you fight like 5 or 6 Einherjar. And what he conveniently glossed over is this specific encounter, because encounters are pulled from a pool. They're not actually truly randomized. So you're not getting a random number of enemies of any type. They're like, they are handcrafted encounters that are, and the encounter itself is randomized. And this encounter, it spawns in reinforcements like twice. So Yeah, I feel bad for the person who hasn't played Valhalla who listens to this and like, oh man, this sucks. And then they actually go to this encounter and they get killed by an Einherjar spawning in and landing on them.
That is incredibly basic and very short. Room 11, back to the first exploration room. Now we just go to the unlocked exit at the end, 15 seconds. Room 12, boss fight. Finally, but it's a fire troll. Not fun to fight in the least. I finally kill him without managing to...
See, that's your opinion though. You say it's not fun, but that's literally just your opinion. I think the fire troll is fun. I think all of the bosses are fun. The Dreki is one of my favorite. I think the Travelers are fun. And this right here is, and this right here is my biggest problem with Mayo, is his inability to separate inability to separate the subjectivity from the criticism. To the point where it's like, dude, I get it. You have an opinion. You want to share your opinion. But your opinion is not so great that it needs to be a damning criticism of the DLC. You not liking fighting the fire troll does not mean that it's a bad encounter. It just means you don't like it. There's lots of encounters that I don't like that I say, I don't like this, but you know what? These are the mechanics that it brings to the table. And I think for the most part, it's like, dude, I have entire videos that I haven't uploaded because it's just rapid fire my opinion with little to my Disco Elysium video that I worked on back in 2021, 2022. It would have been probably 2021. That video, it's like my infamous, I played the game like 2 times, got all the footage, wrote the entire script, got to the point where I was just like, I don't need to upload this because I'm not actually doing the game any justice. I'm just bitching the entire time. And that's all Mayo's content is just rapid fire bitching from start to finish.
Fall asleep, 2 minutes and 6 seconds of terrible combat. Room 13, Muspelheim. Upgrade station, pots to break. It takes 2.5 minutes to reach the end, with 45 seconds of...
And he also doesn't understand that it's like, or he does understand, but he's just he's probably not even at that point. No, he has to be because he's got the skin. It's like you can get an upgrade that will break all those pots and open all those chests for you. Like the common chests that you have to go around and get. There's an upgrade that does all that for you. What he didn't, and what he also conveniently didn't talk about is if you don't want to do all of that, then as soon as you beat actually before then, before you even beat the DLC, the door that leads to the Valhalla's Chosen that you need to go to the boss arena is one of the first doors you can go through. It is available at every point. If you want to skip the boring encounters and go do the difficult ones, you can do that. They have literally given you the option to go do that. But he's framing this as like, this is what every single run you're gonna do looks like. And it's not true.
It spent fighting 2 of those annoying frog guys in the fog, and 31 seconds spent fighting those annoying jumping lizards in the fog. Does this sound fun yet? Finally, we get to the grease part, where you gotta make it through 6 combat rooms, that grow in intensity the longer you take. Running around in the fog, getting lost, wasting time, and trying to survive fights against some really nasty combinations of enemies. Minotaur...
Yeah, okay, so it's like you say you're running around getting lost, learn the layout. It's got a fixed layout. It's literally... It is a fixed version of the Niflheim arena from God of War 2018. You guys, if you were there for the live stream where I was playing it, you saw that I was like, yeah, this is my standard route. That like this realm tower is always an easy encounter, and then I go over to the difficult encounter, and then I go through this doorway, and then I run across and go through this doorway. And you saw my route. And then I would be like, let's change things up. Let's go over here. This is always a medium encounter, and then we're going to go to the difficult encounter. And now we've killed enough. We're going to go to the Siren Sands one, and we're going to do that encounter. Okay, now we're going to come down here. We need one more. Let's hit an easy encounter. So it's like, it gets to a point where I have to ask, what is the point of your criticism other than just to say I don't like it? Because even in Patrician TV's 8-hour Starfield video, where he very, very obviously hates that game, even in that video, there is a point to the criticism. the point of the criticism isn't just to communicate that he doesn't like it. Anyways, let me take a break and get caught up on chat. We already talked about the lack of Athena. You have not uploaded in a year. Is this video a big one? Yeah, so this video is over twice the length of my last video. My last video, I think, ended up at like 95, 96 pages. This one's pushing 220 at this point. So it's a big one. Also, is your Greedfall video your top dog? Technically, the prototype one is, but I think the Greedfall video is one of my favorites. I still think Mayo's four worst videos are Why Challenge Matters, his Style Meters video, his Ultra Kill videos, and his DMC5 video. I've only watched the Ultra Kill ones, and I can agree with that. Doom Eternal has that balance where some enemies hit and run with fireballs and others want to smooth. It's a nice balance. And yeah, I agree. Doom Eternal has like great balance, but it's like, I'm just using it as an example of him. These are things he's criticizing about this game that in another game he would say like, this is great. And I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, like this is a ranged enemy, and this is also a ranged enemy, so they're automatically the same. But it's just meant to like communicate that it's like, he's only gonna frame something positively if he likes it. He cannot find like objective, he cannot find any objectivity in it. But he tries to present it as if he can. So at the start of this video, he's like, I like this, I like this. These are the things I like about Ragnarok. But then he just... as Joseph Anderson said in his Lies of P video, he pulls the criticism trigger and doesn't stop until he's out of ammo. But most of it isn't even like, at least when Joseph Anderson criticizes something, there's a point to the criticism. It's not just, I didn't like this. Also, some of those master levels in Doom Eternal are actually insane. Yeah, I cannot beat the Super Gornest master level on Nightmare. I cannot do it. Joke's on you, but most people would love your unhinged ranting. My unhinged ranting gets very passionate. I will say that. God, I hate the word fun because no one doesn't know how to use the word anymore. Oh, this is fun or this is boring is as big word, substantive as a TikTok on power scaling two characters. Asking Mayo to think and memorize is like asking DSP to think. You'd have an easier time talking to a wall. I forgot to mention that I love how Tyr is basically Kratos' therapist. He's trying to overcome and make him decent, a decent being, than what Ares made him a monster. An evil God of War champion being guided by a God of War. Yeah, and that's the thing is Tyr does. That's why I was like, Tyr does a great job playing devil's advocate for Kratos, where he's like, yeah, you made some bad decisions. We don't have to justify them, but we can look at the context of the situation. And at the very least, it's a level of understanding from Tyr that it's like Kratos was not just a mindless killing machine, which in the comment sections of videos on Valhalla, I still see people saying. And it's amazing how many people just don't understand this character. It's not that, I don't want to say it's not that deep because it is, but it's not that complicated. I don't think it's that hard to look at the older games in full context. You have to play Ghost of Sparta. And it's like, it's not hard to get a hold of those games. There's an entire PS3 collection of all the God of War games except Ascension that has all of them. So it's like you have to play it in context, but that's the thing. Don't try to have an opinion about a character when you don't understand the canon.
Cars and sirens, man, that's rough. And that's where the camera problem starts to rear its ugly head. 13 minutes of combat and running around the area. This is much closer to the experience you would expect from a game mode like this. Next is the final boss fight against Tyr, which can take anywhere from 4 minutes to 12 minutes depending on how you play it and what attack he has, and then the game is over, win or lose. And I'm not complaining that it's only a 40 to 45 minute experience. That's fine. It's a free DLC with a bunch of new enemies and it's a whole new game mode. The problem is the god-awful pacing. Because, like I spoke about earlier, the fun of Ragnarok is figuring out the boss fights, trial and error. But in a roguelite, when you die, you gotta repeat the whole thing to get another chance at the boss. And that would be fine if the rest of it were fun, but it's not. I died in this...
And again, just... who are you to say whether or not it's fun? I think it is fun. The only response to, oh, well, I think it is, well, you have bad taste. Okay, who are you to say that my taste is bad? I think Mayo has bad taste. I think this dude has not had a good take since Doom Eternal. Whenever he dried up all his possible Doom Eternal content is the second that he started basically going into other games and trying to bring that level of criticism without that level of understanding. This is what I didn't want this to turn into, is a Mayo hate session, but here we are.
Fight against here, and I really shouldn't have. I had a really strong build. I had that relic that spawns the OP multi-swords
Wait a minute, did you just say he lost against here when he shouldn't have?
that were fun. A roguelite, died in this. Really should beat the whole thing to get another chance at the boss. And that would be fine if the rest of it were fun, but it's not. I died in this fight against here, and I really shouldn't have.
Hang on. He died in this fight against here, and he really
Whole
shouldn't
thing
have.
to get another chance at the boss. And that would be fine if.
1 second. He died in this fight against here, and he really shouldn't have. He sidestepped. Let's see. I'm actually analyzing his gameplay. Give me a second. So that attack that Tyr does is delayed, right? I can't, do I have a frame back? I just want to go back, like, not by a couple seconds, but by frame. Because I'm willing to give this to him and say, yeah, that's a bad hitbox. Because that's the exact thing I would criticize, basically. So I'm not going to break my own rules just to disagree with somebody. So what's the frame? Looks like this is the frame that did damage. Yeah, so I'll give that to him. He probably shouldn't have died there. But let's hear his reasoning for why he thinks he shouldn't have died.
Shouldn't have. I had a really strong build. I had that relic that spawns the OP multi-sword spell, and I had a couple perks that allowed me to regenerate that relic easy. I should have beat him, but I got impatient. I wasn't parrying like I should have, and I died. That's fine. It's gonna happen. But I'll be...
Okay, so he's actually pretty fair about it. I would actually... See, this is where I disagree. I think that if that's the frame that killed me, and I ducked under that attack, I'd lean in a little more into that. Like, I died due to I died for an unfair reason, and I lost all this progress. That's a valid criticism. I cannot speak criticism.
Be damned if I'm gonna go back through another 15 fucking minutes of shitty combat rooms and running around opening boxes and then running around in the fog fighting against the camera just for another chance at the boss. That's why this mode fails. It fails because half of the run ranges from mediocre to awful. It's horribly paced. And then, when you finally can't take it anymore, you can make a choice. Yes, the game actually provides a shortcut to the final level in the way of skull doors.
So what's your problem then? That's what it's there for.
That take you directly to the specific fight you need to pass to open the boss door. So instead of going through 11 rooms, you only go through 5. Hey, that's great, right? Yeah, well, if you skip all those rooms, you're missing all the upgrades and abilities that prepare you to be able to take on those hard final fights. So you're setting yourself up for failure unless you've already unlocked a massive amount of perma upgrades, and even then, going into the final level with just one runic attack and barely any currency to heal yourself, you're not looking at a good time.
Yeah, but he does understand that you can find additional runic attacks and stuff like that in the Greek area. It's like, okay, so here's how this can be smoothed over. The sanctuaries do offer some additional chests once you get through the sanctuary barrier, that little thing he was using the keys for, that do give you more glyphs. Okay. The shops also offer more glyphs. Okay. You get a starting, you can get a perk that starts you with 300 fleeting echoes. You can also get a perk that will break all the... Does he not know there was a perk that would break those pots and open those chests for him? Like, did he not read the options that they gave him? Because you can just as easily... It's like, okay, what if you get unlucky and you find the one you end up in the one sanctuary that doesn't have this... No, wait, no, all of them have one. So it's like, okay, so you get at least one, then you can purchase one, then you kill the Valhalla's Chosen, and then you kill the boss, and then you go to the little intermission area. There's another shop. Actually, after you kill the Valhalla's Chosen, you go back to the Sanctuary anyway, so you get 2, in addition to all the echoes you're going to get from killing the boss. And then there's another shop. And then you end up in the Greek zones. So it's like you are given options that you're not acknowledging because you don't like it.
So shut up and play these terrible early fights for 15 minutes every time you start a run, I guess. And even when you are powerful enough, or just plain good enough to be able to skip the early rooms and go straight to Greece, what are you even doing at that point? Skipping 30% of the experience to fast-track your way around this boring, ugly, fog-filled gauntlet, fighting sirens over and over? No thank you.
So, you don't like the fact that you think it takes too long. You don't like the fact that they gave you an option to reduce the amount of time. So you think the early challenges are boring, which, again, you do know. Just going to speak directly to the YouTuber here. You do know that those early challenges are a little bit easier because you don't have those upgrades, and that the later challenges are more difficult because you do. But you still have the potential to get those upgrades, not to mention not taking all the basic bitch glyphs in the early round will just give you more potential to take the perfect glyphs once you get to Greece. Because one of the biggest problems I ran into is I would run out of space and have to start freaking dumping them. So, I mean, this just comes down to the fact that he cannot be pleased, so he's going to criticize the game based on the fact that he cannot be pleased.
And once you complete the story, defeating Tier 4 times, you unlock the classic Kratos skin. Great, an awesome skin for a game I'll never play again.
Cool. Good for you. Lots of people like this game. Lots of people have played it again. I was going to play it for a 5th time with the Blade of Olympus because I thought it would be fun. Not everything has to be fine-tuned to your standards, dude.
How about you just make this skin usable from the beginning? Then I could have at least played this game mode and been thinking about the good old days.
Why have a reward for seeing it through to the end when you can just give the player everything they want in the very beginning, so I can pretend I'm playing a different game, and I can pretend that I'm nostalgic, or not pretend, but I can be nostalgic about a game series that I like. It's like, fuck off, dude.
Roguelite elements well done? Sure, the randomized upgrades got me experimenting with runic attacks I never used before. That's awesome. And in a very excellent design decision, runic cooldowns are frozen in between moments of combat, so you can't just stand around and wait for everything to come back before you enter the next room. Though you could just kite the last enemy for 2 minutes and recharge everything before the fight ends, so it's definitely not a perfect system. The effect...
I mean, you can do that anyways. Besides, why would you want to do that? It's gonna add 2 minutes to the already dreadfully boring combat.
Effects of this balance change are most felt in the timed combat challenges of the Grease part, because the longer you wait, the harder the enemies become. It's just unfortunate that this kind of pressure and fight intensity doesn't present itself until near the end of the run. And of course you can't quit the game
It's actually more like 50% of the way through.
at any moment and reload checkpoint to instantly refresh all your cooldowns like you can in the campaign. So you frequently end up running into the next fight with most of your runic attacks unavailable to you right away. It helps make your approach much less one-dimensional. There are things to praise about this game mode, without a doubt. It's just a massive shame that so much of the combat rooms are pathetic, short, and broken up with needless downtime.
If there are things to praise about the game mode, why don't you spend a little more time talking about the things that you think are praiseworthy, so it doesn't come off as you just don't like the mode and you want to complain about it, but you want to get paid complaining about it. You can't just complain about it privately. You have to make sure you make money on it. Because your opinion is so important, you got to make sure everybody hears it.
The story, look, I can't even be bothered to analyze it at this point. I like all the conversations about the past, reflecting on what Kratos has done and the effects of his actions. It's good stuff. I'm not against the emotional growth of this character as an old man, but it does get quite repetitive. As a regular viewer on my stream commented, is this whole DLC basically a group therapy session to get Kratos to not be sad? And yeah, basically, it's a lot of back and forth between Kratos and Mimir. You've changed, Kratos, you deserve better things. I don't, I'm shitty. No, you were shitty, not anymore. I don't know about that, I've done horror.
I think that's a really, really reductive way of framing the DLC, considering that the entire point of Kratos going through this is that he was asked to be God of War and he doesn't know if he's ready for it. So I think saying, oh, it's just a group therapy session to make Kratos not sad, it's like, no. There's a lot more to it than just that. I also think that these people, and this is something recently in my life that comes to mind, I think that these people just have never had a friend or family member with PTSD. And they've never had to actually like emotionally be there for somebody. And so whenever anything becomes about someone getting over past trauma, they're like, "Oh, it's so boring. I don't care." It's like, okay, I have multiple friends with PTSD. Like, literally diagnosed with PTSD. Pretty sure my dad has PTSD. Positive he does. So I find it's like these are just people where it's like they live in a bubble. They can't find any deeper meaning in what these stories are trying to say because they don't have any exposure to what it's trying to say. So then they go around and they complain about it, and then you have people who do have exposure to it and they see the deeper meaning. And obviously, I mean, what do we want video games to have stories with deeper meaning? Or do we want video games to have stories that don't? Because the consensus seems to be everybody wants like The Last of Us is a masterpiece, so we think that games should have deeper stories. But we only want that whenever it's convenient, not whenever it's a series that we already like. And it's like, I guess I'm just at the point where it's like, stop trying to tell developers what they can and can't do. If the finished product is good, then it should be praiseworthy. If the finished product is shit, and we don't even have to like look at that look very far. The Last of Us 1 is good, The Last of Us 2 is shit. Within the same series, we have those disconnects. So that sort of thing just kind of pisses me off because it's like, do you want games to be forever? Not everything has to be a narrative-driven story game. Survival games like Valheim don't need it. Freaking Call of Duty doesn't need it. I like how I'm yelling so loud that the freaking my computer just turned down the volume of the video by itself. It's like, not everything needs it, but just because something has it that didn't before does not automatically mean it's bad. And just because other people like it and you don't does not mean it is your life's goal to change those people's minds. And if you know you don't like something, you're not obligated to have an opinion on it. And you're definitely not obligated to share your opinion on it. But you know what? Makes him a lot of money. So why not? Why not share my poorly cobbled together shit opinion on the internet if I'm going to make money off of it?
Things. You can choose to be more than you were. I don't deserve it. On and on for hours, until he eventually decides to be not so sad, and now he's going to be a leader again. Okay, fine, I don't care anymore. The gameplay got to be so aggravating that I didn't want to hear what any of these characters had to say after a while. Why am I talking about this? I don't want to talk about this anymore, and I certainly won't be playing it again. I hope to—
If you didn't want to talk about it, why'd you do it? Oh, because you're going to get paid.
God, this is the last God of War done in this style. If they do a remake, it better not be in this camera style or
Who said this is... Okay. I'm not even going to respond to this one. This is not the last God of War done in this style. One of the developers put out a tweet that said just because the credits rolled does not mean that it's over. So
that style, I'm gonna lose my mind. They'll probably take out the nudity too. Hey, if you're still here, how about you check out some videos on games I actually really like this year?
Hey, if you're still here, why don't you get the fuck out so we don't have to... why did I just close... I got so mad I just closed the entire freaking window. See, that's the thing. I don't think I'm going too hard on Mayo. Because this is a style of game critique that is actively, like, harmful to the industry. You do not have to like everything. You do not have to keep it to yourself if you don't like something, right? I think if you have an opinion, you don't like something, developers need that feedback. But there's a fine line between, and this is something that I talked earlier, that community manager for the Gothic remake basically said, you can give constructive feedback. You don't have to like it. You can tell me why you don't like it. But you don't have to be hateful about it. You don't have to be a dick about it. You don't have to attack the developers. And now Mayo didn't do any like attacking the developers, but in the other instance, the other guy basically was. But it's like, it just comes down to that. It's like, if you hate it so much, why did you make this video? And that's why the more that time passes, and I've been very critical of Salt Factory, very openly critical of Salt Factory in the past too, the more the time passes, the more I'm like, you know what? I respect Salt Factory because he is doing his own thing. He is very transparent about what he's doing, and it's okay. He's not trying to come at the game with serious, damning criticisms, trying to inflict some level of change in the industry. He just wants to talk about games. He wants to make people laugh. But yeah, exactly like you just said. There's merit in entertainment alone, and if people enjoy Mayo and Hinged ranting, there's merit in his videos. But I'm gonna add a but to that. The issue is not so much like, oh, I'm just gonna rant about the game because people just like to hear me rant. That's not his attitude. His attitude is that he legitimately thinks developers should listen to him. He legitimately thinks that he can make these games better. But he never offers any, like, all he does is complain. All he does is bring them a bunch of problems. I can go to a developer of a game and I can be like, these are all the problems with your game. Hey, I hate this. I hate this. This is boring. Can you make it fun? I think this is boring. Could you make that fun for me? And it just comes off as entitled. And he does it every fucking video. And it just gets to the point where it just gets frustrating to watch, because it's like, I have spent over the last year of my life fact checking myself. Now, granted, I took a 6-month break. I needed that break, right? I was fact checking myself. It was probably closer to 3 or 4 months, but I was fact checking. I played the game multiple times. I redrafted entire sections of the script, because if you're going to take the mindset of, I want developers to listen to me, you need to put in the work to understand the work that they've already put in for it. That was a little confusing, so let me rephrase that. If you want them to listen to you, you need to show them that you understand what they made. I honestly think he says things like, thank you, I just made your game. Yeah, he said that in his Ultra Kill video. Whenever he apparently suggested something in his first Ultra Kill video that got implemented, and he said, well, you're welcome, Ultra Kill fans, I just made your game better. Dude, did the developer reach out to you and say, thank you for the feedback, I'm gonna implement that? I have unreleased scripts for indie games where I suggested things and they got implemented. There's a game called The Break-In where it's like Phasmophobia, but you're breaking and entering, basically. And it's a lot of fun. And I was like, hey, I don't like the fact that the wrench can just take down an entire door with a single click. I think that it would be better if there's there should be a lockpicking system. And I was like, and it should be a Morrowind style lockpicking system where it's real time and you're not guaranteed to unlock it. Well, sure enough, I never released that video because it was too early access and I got bored with it, if I'm being honest. I never released that video. Come the next major content update, there's a lockpicking system now. It's like Morrowind. It's real time. You're not guaranteed to unlock it. You unlock the door, you lose your lockpick. That's it. So, had I released that video, I could reasonably come back and say, oh, well, they only did that because I said so. And it's like, yeah, and exactly, Dank, you just put it well. It's arrogant to have that attitude. Because I am saying that I understand what this person is trying to do, their vision for this video game, better than they do. Because there's a difference between feedback, and there's a difference between writing a laundry list of things that the developer has to do for you to be happy. Instead of just looking at it and doing what I did with Disco Elysium and saying, you know what? I don't get it. I don't like it. I think the story is extremely pretentious. I think the world building is way hyped up. People compare this to Fallout New Vegas, and I disagree. I think that there's too many red herrings. The story is weak because they have to use red herrings to build up a mystery because the actual reveal isn't that interesting. And then I take one look at that script after like a 20-page rant section, and I said, you know what? I don't think that this is what Disco Elysium fans need to hear. I can give a voice to the people who didn't like the game, But the people who didn't like the game shouldn't feel so burned about it that I have to vindicate them. If we pay Patreon, can we get the Disco Elysium script? Do I have it? I don't think I have it. If I have it, I'll read it to you. Hyper Light Drifter, that was another game that I never released a video on. Got pretty far into that one, too. But no, it's like, as someone who takes this level, like this type of content deathly seriously, and it's like, oh well, you don't upload that often. How serious can you take it? It's like, okay, I have a life, and sometimes life just needs to come first, right? So it's like, yeah, I don't upload super often, but the point is, I take this stuff very seriously. I think that developers need to be given good feedback, not feedback that he's giving. And I think that there's just, I think it was Joseph Anderson who said in a regarding the Game Awards that there's just this level of, no, sorry, I'm wrong. It was Patrician TV who said in his Starfield video regarding modding that there's this level of like entitlement within the gaming community. And while he was talking about modders and modding and them feeling like a game needs to be fixed by mods and modders need to make the comment or the content, I would say there's a level of entitlement in the game community for people to not be able to just pick their taste. You know, whenever it comes to film people in the film industry, people don't go to horror movie directors and say, I think your movie needs more comic relief. I think your movie needs more romance sections. People don't do that. But people will go to an action game like God of War, a story-based action game that has surprisingly good combat, and they will try to be like, you know what? I think the game needs less of what you're doing and more of what I want. And they're not capable of just looking at something and saying, this isn't for me. I'm just not going to play it. And if you couldn't tell after God of War 2018 that the series is going in a new direction, and if you couldn't tell by the popularity of God of War 2018 that people liked this new direction and wanted more of it but better, and then you look at Ragnarok and you see it is God of 2018 but more of it and better, at what point is it just gonna... At what point are you going to drop the nostalgia and stop complaining about it just because it's not what it used to be? Like, you can have that opinion. You can have those conversations. You can think and feel whatever you want. You are not obligated to go out and think that you have some authoritative voice over what these developers do with a project that they spend years of their lives on, that you couldn't even be bothered to talk about the story. But you want to tell these people how to do their job. And that's the thing that Gwen absolutely hates when it comes to Bethesda and her work, is that she doesn't have an issue with criticism like mine. She has an issue with criticism like Mayo's. And her and I have had these discussions where she hears the way that I phrase my criticism and she's like, we don't get that type of feedback. We get feedback saying that everybody in QA needs to be fired for an issue that may not even be QA's fault. QA doesn't fix the game. QA files the bugs. Developers fix the game. So, yeah, I get heated whenever I hear people trying to freaking tell other more talented people how to do their job when they could not even be bothered to understand what they're criticizing. Okay, what'd I miss? Oops. I honestly think he says things like, oh, I already read that. Even when he said that, I thought my hell, what part of you thinks that that's even acceptable to say? That's the thing, is I just don't think he has the self-awareness to realize that he's coming off as a dick. One of God of War Ragnarok Valhalla co-directors did leaving a comment on his video's review. I sort of understood that. One second, let me pull it up. And I also need to say, and for the record, I do not have anything against Mayo as a person, right? I don't have anything against him as a person. I don't know his name. I don't know him. I've never met him. All I can say is, based on his content and his thought process behind the content, these are all judgments on a professional level, not on a personal level. He could be the coolest guy. He could be the nicest guy. And this could just be like an online persona. I don't know. And I don't really care. So it's like, I don't think that everything I'm saying is representative of who he is as a person, although I do come off that way a lot of times. I don't think it's representative of who he is as a person, right? It's just from a professional level, the way he makes his content, I cannot stand. Oh, he's getting into reaction content. And this is his, I didn't watch this whole thing, I just said I did. This is his like little bait video. I'm not even giving that the time of day. So, where's this, who's the co-director? Where's this comment from the co-director? And yeah, so another thing, and I will argue this in his favor, the concept that you can't criticize it because it's free is also wrong. Nothing is above criticism. His criticism just sucks. That would be like if I was critiquing Spider-Man 2 and I said that the focus bars take too long to build up, and the Insomniac released an update that changed the focus, and I said I fixed the game. Yeah, exactly. It's honestly made me think of sports fans, and they judge every play in sports they don't play. Yeah, and that's something I've said about sports fans too. Is I've said I don't understand. I was like, whenever I'm playing like a match of Battlefield or whatever, which I used to do a lot back in the day. I need to dive back into 2042 and see if it's any good now. But it's like whenever I'm playing a match of Battlefield and we lose because of something that I played poorly, I feel like I have a right to get mad. But how can you get mad at someone else? Like the competency of someone else. It's like you're a sports fan, but you don't play. I know a lot of sports fans do play the sport actually. And those people, I feel like they can at least be like, oh, this was a bad play. They should, like football, for example. They should have done this. They should have done that, because that's something they're good at. But then you got people like the people in my family, where they're just so just ridiculously outspoken about sports, and it's like, you don't even play this sport. You don't. Who are you to tell the coach what to and what not to do? You have a bird's eye view the entire time. Oh, this guy was wide open. You can see that. He's got a 7-foot tall guy in front of him. He didn't see that. Having worked at as the legal department in clothing companies, I know what it's like to be blamed by every department. That's why whenever I worked customer service, I would never name departments. I would say my internal department. So I never have to. I would put the blame on a department that wouldn't exist. Just because it's easier for the customer to understand, like, oh, it's this department's fault, this department did this, than it is to be like, here's an in-depth breakdown of how the system works, here's what happened. I'd say my own personal beef with Mayo is how he talks to his audience, like a bit of shit, and takes them for granted, e-begging and cussing them out. Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever I did that, when I did that post earlier, that was like, hey, here's kind of my monetization plans for 2024. That wasn't me begging for money. It's like the only reason I brought up the fact that like I'm financially tighter than I was before is because it's like, it's just for the sake of transparency. I didn't bring up the fact that I took a pay cut to get my new job so that people can want to give me money. I just brought it up so I can be like, hey, I'm not just getting greedy and deciding that I can get more money. It's like I'm kind of in a position where I feel like I need it. So yeah, I'm gonna make. YouTube made these decisions for me. I wish I could e-beg. Yeah, it's something. Mir Sheth, he's the co-director of the game. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna find it, dude. Oh my god, Salty Shrimp Pasta, God of War Ragnarok Valhalla work stream. Who's this guy? It's funny, I'm signed into my own profile. It should not be recommending my own content to me. Anyways, if you remember what he said, that'd be interesting. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Come on, man, I paid the season ticket. I can cuss a player whole generation. Also, in his original DMC5 video, how he kind of acted like an asshole towards his friend when he was playing as V. I mean, they can just have a tough love relationship. Like my friend and I have that. If you've ever seen how Gwen and I talk to each other on stream, it sounds like we're abusive. But it's just how we are. So I mean, I don't think we should judge like what he and his friends do, because they can have healthy boundaries with that. He and his audience, that's something completely different. Because you're not friends with your audience. You may be friends with some people in your audience, but you're not friends with every single person that pops into your stream. You don't know them, and you don't know their boundaries. So you have to like, you can be casual, but there has to be a level of like professionalism to it. There's certain things I will say to some of you in the chat right now, like Input Source, Purdy, where's he at? The Robert guy, I don't know what his freaking YouTube name is. Robert Lutis. It's like, these are 3 people that I like have talked to casually, like in Discord. A couple of them more often than the others. So it's like, yeah, I'll cut back. I'll be a dick to you. But but I mean, like a new person coming in, the last thing I want is for someone to pop into my stream and the first thing they see is me like berating chat, even if it's just a bit, because it just sets like a hostile tone from the start. Maybe, but his friend said he felt embarrassed afterwards. Why is it in his video? If your friend says they're not comfortable with something, why is it in the video? I'm fragile, please don't. Oh, look, Salt Factory did a video about the God of War trilogy. Must have missed that. Anyways, okay, so we can do one of 2 things. We can move on to Mayor Hairbear and his video, or we can do some Ragnarok where I don't have to talk as often. Because I'm going to be honest, the Mayor Hairbear thing was just like a last second, I need a 3rd video. But after that, I don't know if I want to watch anymore. So, we have options. I'm thinking what I would do if I did the latter. I should have an old save after I beat the game from... I should have an old save after I beat the game on my New Game Plus run. I'm not watching the bait video. I'm not even giving that one the time of day. I will look at this comment. You know what? keep. Oh, let him. That's the thing. The bait video is obviously meant to be inflammatory, so it's not as fun. It's like I don't want to hear your carefully crafted bad takes. I want to hear your just like your unintentionally bad takes. You know what? If I can find the plug for my yeah, if I can find the plug for my good God, what are the words? So yeah, input source. So Mayo also did a bait video that talks about how like the sexism problem in God of War, and it's obviously so I don't know if you ever saw Patrician TV's bait video for Elden Ring, where it was not immediately clear, other than the fact that it released on April 1st. It was not very obvious that it was bait. It just sounded like he was having really bad takes. Mayo didn't do that. Mayo's a coward, so he made it too obvious that it's bait. The audio quality sucks. Which, I mean, I call him a coward, but it's like, do what you want. So it's not immediately apparent that it's, no, it is immediately apparent that it's bait, so it's no fun. Because it wasn't until like watching Patrician's bait video the second time, just to be sure, that I was like, okay, yeah, he's fucking with us. Because like the way he was talking, because he talks like really monotone during it, that itself was like sort of a giveaway. But Mayo wanted DMC5's camera fixed like the old God of War cameras, but DMC's move pool is 50 to 75% lock-on commands. So having the ability to control the camera is important because you control more of the fight. Yeah. So DMC has always had a rough relationship with its camera. DMC 3 is probably, well, DMC 1 is all fixed, right? DMC 2 is also all fixed. DMC 2's camera is also, the camera placement is just really, really bad in some areas. DMC 3, it's an improvement, but it's still kind of rough. DMC 4, it's like, okay, I feel like they're getting somewhere here, but it's still got its moments. And DMC 5 is the first time I was like, oh my god, the camera's so good in this game, because I played all the games back to back, and that was the moment I was like, okay, yeah, this is good, this is good shit. They mastered their camera. But again, it's like, what is the purpose of here's the question. What is the purpose of saying that DMC5 needs the old God of War's camera? What would that bring to the table? Would you like to know a God of War game that has camera issues before God of War 2018? God of War Ascension. I made a point about it in my God of War video. God of War Ascension has a problem where the camera is too far back, because the size of the monsters you're fighting are so big sometimes, or the fact that the camera angle is put in a way to where like enemies will block you, and it makes it more difficult to like see what's going on. So, what exactly is the purpose of that criticism? What's he trying to achieve? What benefit would this change bring to the game that requires pretty much an overhaul of what's here instead of a couple minor tweaks? And the same thing can be said for God of War Ragnarok. It's like, okay, so you whenever God of War 2018 was ported to PC, it's like, okay, let's say there's a camera that makes it like the old school God of Wars. That camera system wouldn't work, because God of War has a single direction movement system where you turn by moving the camera. So you would have to completely change the movement system to make it to where when you push left on the stick, you go left, not like you just sidestep. So, like, they don't think about these things. It's so easy. Not to mention, it's like, I was surprised when I first played God of War Ragnarok that they did such a good job with the armor system. I was surprised. Because one of my biggest points in my last video, to my knowledge, was like, hey, this level system sucks, take it out. Like, the game would be better without it. Well, my criticism obviously was never heard by the developers. But it was heard by, they did hear other people make that same point. And instead of doing what Bethesda would have done and being like, yeah, the system's kind of bad, let's cut it, they looked at it and they said, how can we improve what's here? And so we got a more robust armor system, more noticeable effects on each armor to make each armor piece feel unique, and by extension, we still have the leveling system, but it has been finer tuned to scale better, basically. And now what this does, the benefit that this system brings, is they can add a New Game Plus armor set that leaves you at level 1, so that you have extra challenge. Basically, they're catering to the challenge run community by giving them these options. Same with the burdens. Like the burdens in the New Game Plus, they're just handicaps. They don't add anything. The burdens in the DLC, which he didn't even talk about, by the way, the burdens in the DLC do add something. That's another way that you can get more upgrades early. Take a burden. Oh, but that requires you to be good at the game because, you know, it's going to be harder already, but now you're talking about adding Bifrost to Kratos every time he kills someone. Okay, but that's a perfect burden, and the reward for that is always great. So, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the game, the gameplay systems. It's apathetic towards it. He doesn't want to like it. He doesn't want to understand it. He says that he had high hopes, but he already knew that he didn't like certain elements of the previous game, so he played it. He clearly beat it, but he didn't stop. Once the dust had settled, he didn't stop and say, he doesn't stop and think, do I really understand this? Is there something to this system that I'm missing? Like I do when I beat a game. Whenever I write out a hate-filled rant, and I'm like, am I missing something? Because what I'm saying is so overwhelmingly negative that I should probably go make sure that I know what I'm talking about. And sure enough, once you do that, you start to realize that things aren't put together so bad. It may not be convenient, it may not be comfortable, but it may still be well designed and well put together. I tell you what it brings to the table, nothing. It just makes Mayo happy because he can't fight. He can't control the fight, and he would rather button mash. Well, yeah, he's a God of War fan. Here's another hot take. God of War has never had an especially good combo system. God of War, it only really started to like come together in God of War 3 or God of War Ascension. God of War Ascension arguably has the best combo system because you can seamlessly change. So each weapon element for your Blades of Chaos has a different set of combos, a different set of moves. They're all special moves like they were in God of War 3, but and of course God of War 3 did this with its weapons too, but the difference is that you have to do a transitional attack in God of War 3 to switch weapons. Otherwise you end your combo. But the transitional attack also ends the combo. In God of War Ascension, it's basically how Devil May Cry 4 and 5 are when you're playing as Dante. You know, you can, in Devil May Cry 3, you used to have to go to these like altars and change your fighting style. You could use the gunslinger style, but you're not changing it until you hit that altar. In Devil May Cry 4, the Dante sections, because Nero plays completely differently, but the Dante sections in the second half of the game, they made it seamless. Press a button, change your fighting style. In Devil May Cry 5, same thing. Press a button, change your fighting style. Devil May Cry 4 came out before Ascension. I think DMC4 was like, 2008, 2009? And Ascension would have been 2013, I think, 2012, 2013. But it brought the same system. Press a button, change your fighting style. And the elements that you had on the Blades of Chaos in Ascension weren't just fire, ice, wind, and water, right? It's like, you did have ice, you did have shock, you did have fire. Okay, but then you also had like Hades powers. Which, I mean, sure, you had that in God of War 3 too, but it's not generic. And each of those brought their own combos. The rage system was reworked to actually encourage you to... You can't access your longer combo streams unless you max out your rage bar, and it raises and lowers much more. So it added... The least liked God of War game is the one that really encouraged the most, like, free flow combat. And the one that actually would have, like, encouraged... Has Mayo even played Ascension? That's what I want to know. Has he even played Ascension? He probably thinks it's just, like, unimportant. It's not part of the story. It's a prequel. We don't need that. But it's actually a really good game. And despite the fact that they tried to make multiplayer and that siphoned a lot of resources away from the main story, it's still a really good game. I don't remember if I ever corrected myself, but I criticized it unfairly during a certain section in my video, because you can't activate, like, the kill blows on a lot of enemies, or the special moves, like whenever you go snap a Gorgon's neck and it freezes everyone around you. You can't activate those unless you use the Fire Rage ability, but I wasn't using that ability, so it was, like, way harder than it had to be. Hard to agree on that point. DMC is way better at combo play than old God of Wars. The old God of Wars really are dumb button mashers, pretty much. But God of War was never actually... I learned this recently when I was looking up David Jaffe's career. It was never actually inspired by Devil May Cry. It was inspired by like a different Capcom game. Not just the best combat system, but also the game makes you Spartan Rage. Why would I play Ascension? There's no titties. Yes, there are. There are in the beginning. I need you to stop this Ascension slander. Misinformation. Alright, I totally stopped keeping track of what time we started the videos. I think I'm gonna cut Mayor Hairbear's video. I just don't want to listen to any more Ragnarok critiques. Also, I will say, I never even realized that, like, runic cooldowns are paused in the interim zones, because I never once thought of just hanging out, waiting while they recharge. Also, God of War 3's weapons suck. There's no uniqueness. No, God of War 3's weapons are pretty unique, because you have the Blades of Chaos, and then you have the Hades... The Blades of Hades, basically. I forget what they're called. But the Hades weapon, and then you have the Nemean Cestus, which plays completely differently, and then you have the like whiplash thingies. The shocky stabbies. Sigma Shrimp Set and Ascension Slander. Yeah, if my last God of War video was any better, that's what the goal would have been. Alright, I need to grab a water. I will be right back. Okay, where's my chat? I'm also just now realizing that I haven't eaten all day. That's probably why I'm so angry right now. So it's like 50% mayo pisses me off, 50% I just haven't eaten since like 8 a.m. Also, Mayo's played Ascension. Okay. If I were any more popular, I'd be actually like starting not intentionally, but just my comments would be starting internet beef with other YouTubers. get into a little Twitter scuffle where I get told why my parents don't love me. Which, I mean, come on, guys, I already knew that. It's not news. Restart the music. Right on cue. When I say uniqueness, I'm talking specifically in functionality. If a weapon feels similar, it makes you wonder why it's there. Weapon feel, I would argue. Yeah, in that case, then yeah, I agree. It's like the only thing that actually feels different is the Nemean Cestus. I will give it to you though. The DMC3 weapons, they are all like really different. Because you know you have Rebellion, of course, which plays like a sword. And then you have, I don't even remember the names, but you have that one you get from like the 2-on-1 fight against the two guys where it's like they are the swords. That was actually my favorite weapon. It's the blue and red one. So like the dual wield sword one, I love that weapon. Then you have the literal guitar that like shoots lightning. It didn't use that one that much. And then you have Beowulf, and Beowulf was also like a really fun weapon. DMC4 had some interesting weapons too, like the briefcase gun that turns into a freaking tank. That was interesting. DMC4 is also like my least favorite game in the series, not counting 2. We never count 2. Because 2 is obviously so bad, we just don't talk about it. But of the good games, DMC4 is my least favorite. That was actually a big issue I had with DMC4 was the fact that it's like you play as Nero for the first half, and Nero doesn't get nearly as many cool toys, except Yamato, which that's basically a rage ability, so it doesn't count. But and then Dante comes in the second half of the game, and it's just like non-stop, just handing out weapons. It's like, you know, I'm like 5 hours into this by now. I don't know what's DMC, so I have no clue. Devil May Cry. See, I want to play Sekiro, but I'm too lazy to like go find the plug for my controller. Don't forget DMC. Hey, that one also has a good combat system though. Now, granted, I only got like 3 hours into it before I stopped, because I decided that if I was going to do a Devil May Cry video, I did not have to talk about that one. It's also got a decent combat system, with how you can just seamlessly transition between attacks. Notice that the theme of a good combat system in a spectacle fighter is how easily you can transition between weapons or styles or attacks without breaking your combo. The second you have to break your combo like you do in the new God of War games, it's not gonna be fun. Speaking of not fun, no, I'm not playing Starfield. Oh yeah, play Starfield. No. It would be the most boring thing you've ever seen in your life. I am gonna play Sekiro though. 1 second. Where's it at? Here's it at. There we go. See, this is where I get to where I get to do the power play, where I'm like, it's my stream and I said I'm not playing Starfield. Don't play Starfield, it was boring as hell. Yeah, I'm not defending Starfield anymore, don't worry. I was on the wrong side of history with that one. Alright, where's Sekiro? Well, first I'm going to, You know what? Sekiro is going to be loud when I launch it, but that's just, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Hi, Sushi. Did you decide you were tired of being in the living room? Or did you just hear me plug in my controller and you saw more cables to chew on? Okay, mash the start button so it doesn't blast everyone in the ears. Get away from my mic. I thought it was gonna be loud. I swore that the Sekiro menu was super loud. Oh, pause. Can I? Oh, I have to Alt-Tab, that's right. I just want to stop the 100 Days music. Okay. 1 second. There we go. Oh, now I gotta move my chat over here. 1 second. Let me catch up on chat. I never asked you, did you finish the Rain World campaign? I did. I had no clue what was going on. I had to look it up. Most boring thing then goes to Sekiro. Okay. Hey, Kat, will you get off my keyboard, please? I'm just gonna turn off my keyboard. What song is playing? So it's from the soundtrack of a game called 100 Days. You can find it on YouTube. Oh god, my cat's attacking the screen. I can't see. You know what? Extra challenge. Cat blocking the monitor. If we compare the kids of Dante and Kratos, Dante wins by a landslide in terms of functionality and practicality. Yeah, but Kratos can't die. Technically. Oops, what'd I just do? I haven't played this in weeks. You know what? No balls. Sushi, I really need you to get off the, I really need you to get off the counter. Or off the desk. I can't see! Don't worry, guys. We got this. I just literally have a freaking cat blocking my computer monitor, but that's fine. Ow. Ow. I don't even know what's hitting me. Okay, I am definitely going to restart this run here in a minute. And I think I learned that if you just press the button... That's not what I meant to do. Well, rip my ears. Yeah, I guess it wasn't going to be that loud. Yes, Ghost Shrimp's nameless cat. Yeah, her name's Sushi. So we can be salty and sushi. Speaking of cats, please get down. Come on. Go this way. Here, chew on your little stringy ball. You dropped it. Okay, let's do that again. Fun fact, whenever, after the last stream, I, booted this up just to play around with it, and I almost beat this boss. But I'd already gotten the damage upgrade from the last boss, so... It's not like I just got good. I literally just got a damage upgrade. Okay, how do I switch? Nope. There we go. Don't you dare. Do not. Oh, good lord. Okay, we're just gonna reset. Will you please stop? Why are you doing this now that I'm playing something? You didn't do this during any of the videos. Come on, get down. Get down. This is gonna be Salty versus his cat all stream. Also, for a minute when you said I can't see you, you sounded a tiny bit like Jason Griffith's Sonic. I would not know. I'm more of a dog person. Yeah, so was I, but I didn't want to put a dog through apartment life. Alright, we're going to do this the right way. The stealth way. That was the wrong button. You know, I was totally joking whenever I said that, but hey, why not? If it works, right? Alright, what do we got up here? Oh, hey, I have an idea. You know what? Never mind. You got a dip, see you later when you make the Starfield defense video. Yeah, that's not happening, but yeah, catch you later, dude. Ah, wrong buttons. Uh-oh. Ow. That hurt. That's what I was trying to do. Sushi, I swear to dog. Uh-oh. Get off! No. 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 Oh my god, cat. Not sure if this is true or staged, but if you play Stray, the cat game, a cat will, looking at your screen and or go stand in front of your TV. I don't know. All I know is that she's probably about to unplug one of my monitors, and it's the one that's playing the game right now. Will you stop? Are you done? Come on, this way. You would think after the 50th time that I move you, you'd just quit. Ow. Oh my god, I forgot I could heal. I have been playing too much God of War. I forgot that. I forgot about healing charges. So I'm sitting here and I'm also hitting the wrong button to try and attack right now. Okay. You serious? Okay, you know what? You're going out. And I chose death because I walked away to kick my cat out of the room. Okay. That's fine. I didn't need all that money anyways. What's money for? There we go. I'm just a little rusty, guys. It's not like I was ever good in the first place. Save the money for Sif's Twitch channel, he says. Hi, guy. I don't speak Arabic. I'm sorry. Just keep him distracted, bro. Easy. Did you get him? You didn't get him. Alright, Bo Rightshow, show me what you got. I almost beat you 6 or so weeks ago. I can do it again. Allegedly. Oh, that was the wrong button. Don't worry, Captain. We can buff out those scratches. Okay, I was blocking. I don't know. Okay. Now it's just you and me. Now it's just you. Haha, but I'm not dead yet. Yeah, he's gonna kill me. Yeah, I accidentally ducked. I'm just gonna say this: I hate cooldown melees, meters in action games. In shooters, they're fine because the game is usually about ranged play, but there's already limitations with that. But yeah, he says greetings. Ah, I see you also do speak Arabic. I do not. Did I just go the wrong way? I think I just went the wrong way. Yeah, I did. Which is funny because my grandpa, or my step-grandpa, but he's still my grandpa, he's from Iraq. So if there's any foreign language I should be somewhat fluent in, it should be Arabic, but I'm just not. Ow. Ow. You know what? We're going to reset. It's like, yeah, that's too many hits. See, if this were like 3 weeks ago, it would have been okay. And I don't want to waste all my spirit emblems on taking out the archers. I can just run up and do it this way. Fuck off, dude. Okay, well, I didn't hit B at all. Don't worry, we're not dead. We're just gonna do this. Yeah, this is what happens whenever I don't play a game for several months and then decide I'm just gonna play it on stream. Same thing that happened last time I played Sekiro, and then I got like somewhat familiar with it after a couple hours, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm getting it, I'm getting the hang of it, and then I turn around and I don't touch it again. and expect to just like be able to play it on stream again. I triple dog dare you to do that forward stabby move. Okay, let's break the lock on. Oh, he's stuck. Oh, he's not. Oh, there. Damn it. I just, to this day, have not found a good way to deal with these guys. That isn't cheap. Okay. Kind of wish that we had a whole episode about Evil, Invincible, and Omni-Man conquering the Earth in season 2 because it was four parts: interesting, horrific, horrifying, comedic, and weirdly wholesome. I'm drinking a shot every time you get hit because it's Christmas and that's what Jesus wanted from me. I don't know about that, but I mean, you could take a shot of eggnog. Ah! There we go. That does a surprising amount of damage. Or maybe it was just him hitting him at the same time. Ah, wrong button again. Okay, well my bodyguard is dead. So this is this is the phase of the fight that I've never actually gotten past. Ah, damn, he hits hard. Damn it. There we go. Okay. And we got another prayer bead. Awesome. What's eggnog? I know it has something to do with the COD Zombies perk. I don't know exactly what eggnog is, but it's eggy and it's noggy. Still, I'd rather watch you play Sekiro over Starfield. Oh, and did I mention that that game was boring as hell? You may have mentioned something like that a few times. Alright, what's this? Me and my family every year have a Christmas Eve party. Nice. And you scared off my cat. Sorry about that. You got this. Yeah, thanks, G. I got it. I'm just looting the place now because, you know, I mean, they're all dead. What are they going to do with it now? Oh, hey. I guess they're not all dead. Oh, can I not kill her? Okay, so that's not the end of this level. It keeps going. Interesting. I'm happy bro finally butchered that drunkard. Now what? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a reflection of strength. Oh, you can refight the bosses. That's cool. What is she scratching? Oh, she's in her litter box. Okay. Is there more stuff in here? Come on, what kind of mansion doesn't have stuff? I find it insulting that Starfield is on the Doritos bag and not a good game like Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, hey, guy. You take too long to load that arrow. Without Snapseed. Interesting. I don't need Snapseed for that. I actually don't know how to use it. There we go. So how do I know if something's an illusion then? So can I just not go through here? It says the door's locked. I guess I'm just done here because I'm not going to waste it trying to open that door. Give me your money. Or maybe we can, Is there a way out of here? No, there's not. Save the game, bro. What? What do you mean? Alright, so I know this wasn't that much, but I actually think I'm going to be done because I'm starting to get a bit of a headache, and I really, really need to eat something, so. I appreciate you guys for stopping by. Oh, my keyboard's off, that's why. I appreciate you guys for stopping by. And I will be getting back to work on the Ragnarok video. I'm not going to delay it by doing a 5th playthrough, even though I think it would be fun. It's not going to add much to the video. So I'm in the process of writing the gameplay section for the Valhalla portion of the script. It's a bit messy. I'm probably going to have to come behind and like clean it up, rearrange some things, and make it not so rough. But it's a lot to go through. So what am I drinking? Water. But yeah, so thanks again, guys. Like I said, this will not be a monetized stream. Any streams going forward that aren't watching someone's video probably will be. But I appreciate you for stopping in, and you guys have a Merry Christmas. Spend some time with the family, and I will see you